Okay. Okay. All right. Is my stuff working? Can y'all hear me? Why is my thing not can y'all hear me? Now we're not gonna do Dennis where I say put a one in the chat, put a two in the chat. I just want to see if y'all can hear me before I continue on. Um who do we have? We had okay, first in the chat, we had Southside Chi Town, our number one person in the chat, and number two is a lady 747, and she is acting up and got jokes already. So we are going to get into this in a second. Let me did I see I think I saw yeah, there he is. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get into this. Okay. Who has how you doing, Lisa Glade? Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I forgot to speak to everyone else. Okay, we have Jay Vickers has come tonight to start some trouble. Um, Sanders RN. I got a question for you in a minute. We got Nola Brown, Native Tribe. Who else do we have in here? Queen Lily, Lisa Glaze. How are y'all doing this evening? I am doing wonderful. Now, I have a question for Sanders RN. Y'all cover y'all's ears. So, when you have a UTI, right, Sanders, what is that pill that they give you? You can take it for the pain, but is I can't think of the name of it, but it's either dark blue, dark green, or dark purple. I can't even remember the color. So if you know what the name of that pill is I'm talking about, and I think it starts with a P, I think it might be called peridium or premier per something. So let me know what that's called. All right, let me get native situated here. Where is my stuff? So anyway, how many of y'all J. Vickers diflucan is for your lady part infection, yeast thing. That's what that's for. No, this one, no, this is for just the like if you have a UTI. Who saw the divorce hearing? Did anybody? Well, I shouldn't say that. I should say there was a divorce hearing today, but nothing happened. Did anybody see that? Nothing. Prozac. Y'all really got some jokes. So I want to know, did anybody catch that divorce that really wasn't a divorce today? And tell hey, coffee is brewing. And how is it that no, that's the not the no, Sanders, not that's the antibiotic, that's an antibiotic, isn't it? How do y'all think? Do y'all really think that Nesto couldn't be there, or do y'all think the next go round he's gonna show up? Because I personally think that he's not gonna show up regardless. There you go, native. I don't think he's gonna show up regardless. Um, a divorce hearing without a divorce. I think that I think her attorney should have been a little bit more forceful. She should have just been like, look, and that judge, I don't know if he was filling in, if they rotate there. I don't know. I don't know what happens there, but I just feel like her attorney should have spoke up more. And I think that the judge should have familiarized himself with that, because this will be, what is this, the third or the fourth that this has been going on. So they are still married, and it's been reset. I don't know why the date September the 23rd is in my head, but for some reason, but if Shirley ever looked like she had that Negro please look on her face, it was today. An utter disgust. And she also, I don't know if y'all caught it, but she rolled her eyes up in her head too. So I
How
got,
could we not catch it with them frames that she had on showing us everything that was happening on her face? Them frames was giving everything. There was a whole show behind them frames. We could see everything happening. Yes. We saw all the looks, all the rolls of the eyes because of them frames that she had on. Yes.
y'all, please give a hand to the one, the only Native tribe.
Hi everyone. How is everyone doing on this Friday night? We are up after dark. It's all kind of things happening out here, and we gonna get into it, and we gonna talk about it, and that's what we gonna do tonight. And the lovely
Now, Native, would you please do something with your microphone? Mel Lee, I don't think I spoke to you. How you doing? And 80% me CMOS, I don't think I spoke to you either. I don't think. Now, while Native fixed his microphone, y'all know we was over there over at Native's house the other day, watching Native on some. I heard it was Fulton County Wi-Fi. That's what I had heard. And now I think he's using a Fulton County microphone. That's it, Sanders RN. That's it. Let me write that down. Because that's it right there. So Southside said Native was struggle streaming. Hey Deborah C, you getting clown, Native.
I know I am. I know I am.
I
That's
told
the
him I told them that you was over there on the Fulton County Wi-Fi over there streaming.
I ain't nowhere near Fulton County, so that definitely can't be right. That sure enough ain't right. I don't know what happens, but it's a thing. But no, I'm good now. Thanks for your concern, everyone. Thank you.
Hey, them folks, how you doing? So, the first thing that I want to do now that we've discussed Shirley and her glasses,
Some
Native
frames.
Native Nola Brown said, "Native, this makes no sense to me." Of course,
Right,
I can't do it like you.
right, right. It's awfully high pitched for a grown man, but me, it's.
Yeah.
I don't know why it sounds like that coming from him, but it does. I don't know what happened
Them
in that stuff.
folks made $5 million off
For
of
me,
me.
them folk made 5 million off of me.
Look, and he's not even worth 5 cents. In fact, he don't even have 5 cents. He talking about somebody made some 5 million. I want to know how it is he thinks they're profiting off of his story, because they're not over there at that Steve Harvey morning show. They're
First of
not.
First of all, who still listen to the radio? Everybody raise your hand if you listen to the radio. I mean, like, second of all, how you gonna give somebody a raise for giving advice, and you got your husband in the jailhouse? Like, who? How you earn? Like, I wish my job would pay me for doing a bad job. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wish that was the thing, but unfortunately, it's not. You know,
Well, some
it's
people, because like, was Dear Abby ever married?
That's a good question. I don't know that much about her. I didn't know that much about Dear Abby, but I'm trying to think what did I hear about her. I don't know. I
How
don't know.
about how about Kevin Samuels? Was he married? Well, he'd been married a couple times, hadn't he?
Yeah.
So why are we taking relationship? See, that's what I'm saying. Those are the people who really tend to want to give advice. Those who should be the last ones giving it.
Oh, you mean like a man that's been divorced 90 times and wrote a book called Think Like a Man, Talk Like a Woman, or Walk Like a Woman, and think like whatever the name of the book was. And he
Yup.
been divorced 1,000 times and folks is listening. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, I don't understand that, how he became the oracle of relationships. But, everybody seems to want to go to him. And he certainly didn't hook up his girl, Shirley. So,
But you know what I think it is? I think we like suits. I think in this country we like suits, because if you think about every scammer that was a major scammer, Bernie Madoff, Steve Harvey, Nesto, they all like suits. Everybody wears suits, and them suits just arm you, because you look at that suit and you just assume that there's some professionalism behind it, you know. And so I think, like, you know, I think we just love suits. Kevin Samuels had a bunch of nice suits and said a bunch of dumb shit. So I mean, you know, I think it's the suits. I think it's the suits.
Queen Lily says Derek Jackson. I don't think I've never heard of him before.
Who's Derek Jackson?
I've never heard of him.
Is that one of Michael Jackson brothers that they ain't count? Derek was playing the bass. Is that Derek was playing second base behind Tito and Jermaine? What was Derek Jackson?
More like that sister Joe Jackson's daughter that they wouldn't let come to the funeral.
Oh yeah.
More like that. How you doing, the Real Brown Family Chronicles? How are you?
Ooh, the Real Brown Family Chronicles is in the building. It's about to go down.
So Queen Lily said that he's a relationship guru.
Who is?
Derek, the one I just said.
Derek Jackson?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Is he also going to bash black women and blame them for everything? Is that another one of them dudes? Because we got a lot of them. We got a whole lot of them.
Yes, we do, out here on these streets.
Mm-hmm.
Well, since we don't really have a divorce to talk about, but I have something that we could talk about here before. Now, see, here's the thing. We always have something planned, but it always goes left really quick.
I'm feeling accused right now. I'm feeling really accused right now. I'm feeling like somehow this is my fault that these things happen, because that's just the way it's being presented. Now, I might be wrong, okay? But I feel really accused right now. I'm just saying.
Of course, I forgot to tell Native what we would be discussing. That might help.
That might help a lot. I have no notes.
But you'll be able to jump in. It'll be no problem, because some of you have probably already seen this on other channels and other people you follow. But I'm really interested in only because I know Fulton County has been a problem for a very long time, and Fani is the queen of Ricos. There is so much going on in Fulton County, so that's what we're going to start off with. We are going to start off with some Fulton County mess, and then we're just going to go from there. That's what we're going to do.
What's the Fulton County mess?
Well, you're gonna see in a minute.
Okay.
See. I'm gonna let you see.
That could be a lot of things. I'll stay the hell away from Fulton County. So
I'm gonna see. I want your first reaction. So you gotta watch it when we all watch it.
Okay.
Now let me see. Let me get to the right place. Y'all know what? My I kept losing my what is this thing called? StreamYard. I kept losing it. So I am sharing my screen now. I guess I don't see nothing on my phone. Well, I'm going to, there we go. So let's start with, we're going to start with this one. We're going to go here. And this, I didn't even watch this video right here. I just I saw it and said, well, I might as well throw that in there too. Is it coming?
All new at 11, 13 people are now facing charges as part of a contraband investigation at the Fulton County Jail. This is the second contraband sting that we told you about just this week. The sheriff's office telling us tonight it arrested a woman this morning for identity fraud, which led to a larger investigation involving inmates and some of their family.
Jay Vickers, why are you calling for security? And Queen Lily, you're going to bed. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Okay.
$1 million in transactions that help to facilitate crime, including getting inmates drugs, cell phones, and other electronics. Now, this is all coming as a Georgia Senate subcommittee releases its own findings in an investigation into conditions at the Fulton County Jail.
The subcommittee first met last November after a series of inmate deaths. For years, the jail has struggled with overcrowding and an infrastructure that the sheriff says is falling apart. In the subcommittee's report, state senators list 17 findings and recommendations, but pointed to one key issue that they believe may be the root of most of the problems.
It's a relationship, the professionalism, and teamwork between the 4 areas that will ultimately solve this problem, which is the commission, the district attorney, the judges, and the sheriff.
One of the Senate's recommendations is for Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt to meet with commissioners weekly to improve their relationship. Another calls for the city of Atlanta to turn over the Atlanta Detention Center to the county. If you'd like to read more from the subcommittee's report, just search this story online at 11alive.com.
Oh, okay. That's that one. So, okay. So that's that one. And now we're going to go to the next. Which one did I play? I'm sorry, y'all. What was they talking about?
New at 6, phones and more smuggled into the Fulton County Jail.
Yeah, I think
Tonight, the
we're
Fulton
on
County
the right
Sheriff's
one now.
Office confirms it has an ongoing corruption investigation. Officers who work for a contract company arrested. Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie is live at the jail where he's been poring over the warrants against these 4. Mark, you found some allegations that seem shocking.
Yeah, a Fulton County Sheriff's Office official says this investigation started in May and more arrests are expected. But for now, 4 young women are residents of the jail where they worked until yesterday.
They work for strategic security. I can confirm that they have all been terminated.
The Fulton County Sheriff's Office says it turns out 4 security officers working for a contractor at the county jail were security problems. Records suggest Briasha Tate admitted using a book to hide phones.
Allegedly confessed to smuggling in cell phones in a cutout inside a book.
Yes.
Now one might say that Fulton County Sheriff's Office is throwing the book at her after a corruption investigation.
Good one, Mark Winnie.
Can I just say, this is too many colors in the hair. That's all. That's just
Listen.
jag a lady.
And I know this is gonna sound really, really mean. But if I saw her with a book, I would think something was in it too. I wouldn't even think that she's reading it. I would automatically assume that there's something being smuggled in that book, because I don't know if it's the hair colors or the way she's looking at the camera, but it's something about her that tell me she ain't reading a book no time soon. I'm just saying, I might be wrong. She might be Maya Angelou in another form, and she might be writing and reading and doing all kind of things. But this particular picture right here tells me that if I see her with a book, it's something in the book that ain't supposed to be in the book. That's all.
Jay Vickers said she got that hair done by a kitchen beautician. You know, I always got my braids done by a kitchen beautician, and they always look good. I mean, it's just too many colors. But
I just don't know what
Nate,
the hell is happening.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but
I don't know what
yeah,
that
I'm
is.
with you on that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that one.
Top flight security of the world, Craig. Top flight security of the world, Craig.
I wonder, was she the one having sex in the bathroom? Was it the bathroom or the showers? Let's see. If she's the one.
We counted 10 criminal warrants naming her. Records indicate after she reported to work Tuesday, she was transported to the Jail Investigations Unit's office, and that Ms. Tate stated she had sexual intercourse with an inmate inside of the bathroom in the tower on floor 7 South on 3 separate occasions.
Oh, they gave the floor.
Ms. Tate stated she brought a total of 6 cell phones inside of the jail and gave them to the inmate. Ms. Tate stated she cut portions of the pages of the inside of a book and concealed the phones inside of the hole in the book. That Ms. Tate stated she brought strips, paper laced with chemicals used for smoking, inside of the jail on 2 separate occasions. That Ms. Tate stated she received payments from the inmate via Cash App were the contraband items she brought in and gave to him, and that her Cash App payment summary
Lord,
from the inmate showed a total of $1,682.
Lord, this
Can't
helper
stand
made
for integrity.
Natalie
$1,600.
Emmons of the Sheriff's Office says terminated security officer Regina Harris faces 3 warrants related to a contraband cell phone provided to an inmate.
You ever
Emmons
see
says
somebody
terminated security
mugshot look
officer
like they used to
Lacuna
taking
Ballard
mugshots?
is
Like,
accused of sending explicit photos and videos to an inmate, plus a couple of conspiracy charges involving conversations about how to bring cigarettes and cell phones into the jail. And Ms. Ammon says terminated security officer Anisia Silas faces a conspiracy charge involving a phone charger and a charge involving giving an inmate unauthorized food, namely a chicken pot pie. Now, Ms. Ammon says all 4 suspects were given bond, but as of late this afternoon have not made bond yet. We tried without success to find lawyers.
What happened? Did they cut the news off? Are y'all still here? What happened? They didn't cut the news off. Y'all, well, we get the gist. What happened? Native, did you do something? I done lost Native too. Lord have mercy. Oh, goodness gracious. I don't know why the news story, but y'all get the gist. These women was bringing in cell phones.
Jail is now down
Wait, stop.
dozens of security guards because they said they were not getting paid.
But the Fulton County Sheriff says they are not without staff tonight.
We are getting all kinds of technical difficulty. You had the 2, you had the women sneaking in, having sex, sneaking in cell phones and
more smuggled
all
into the
kind of stuff. Now the thing don't want to stop playing. Isn't that something?
Contraband investigation at the Fulton County Jail. This is the second contraband
This is that prison Wi-Fi that Native be using.
sting that we told you about.
They don't got IKEA internet. Oh my gosh, why am I up here twice? I'm up here twice. That's probably one of the problems. Remove this. Okay, now I'm up here once. So, yeah, it's that prison Wi-Fi, IKEA Wi-Fi, all of the Y's and the Fi's. Why is this up here though? I have something on here that won't disappear. Stop screen. Okay, there we go. Native, my goodness. You know what was happening? Native was cutting up. So that's why that happened. Let me see. Let me get it again. But y'all, now I'm going to ask this. If you worked at a prison, would you do anything, especially seeing how the conditions are in that prison? Would you do anything to make yourself end up being an inmate in that prison? Because I know I wouldn't. And another thing I don't understand is how that girl, oh my gosh, I sound like Sonya, how that woman was able to get away with smuggling anything in. Because I know when I used to go down there to the prison, and I had not in Fulton County, but into the jail to do pre-sentence reports, I remember they checked. I mean, we couldn't even take our lunch in. They checked our lunch and everything. So I don't understand how they were. And when I say everything, you know how sometimes, we wear underwire bras. If that went off, they wanted to make sure that that's what was going off. Now, they didn't get to see nothing, but I'm just saying they did not. I mean, they didn't play. So I don't know how these women were able to just get by in there like that. And then they had, what was it? 13. No, I forgot how many guards it was, but there's a massive, it was a walkout because they hadn't been paid. And I think the security company that uses them, hey, Miss Boogie Down, the security company that uses those security guards couldn't pay them the $1 million that they're due and owing. So they were told by the company to walk out, and that's what they did. Now, is it a shame? Yes. Would I have walked out? Yes. Now, just so happens they were able to hire back half of them for the county or whoever pays the prison. But I would walk out of a job too if I was not getting paid. That's what I think I would do.
You know what I just realized?
What?
You know what I just realized?
What?
I just disappear off the face of the earth and I look at the comments and ain't nothing but jokes. Ain't nobody concerned about my safety. Ain't nobody worried if I got kidnapped. Ain't nobody worried about if Erica came and found my house and just kidnapped. Ain't nobody worried about none of that. Everybody just cracking jokes about my internet connection. I don't understand.
You got IKEA internet.
Where's the concern? Where's the love? Everybody cracking jokes. Ain't nobody thought not one time did anybody think maybe something's wrong. No.
No, we know it's that internet you use.
You know, I mean, really. I'm looking at the comments like, well, is somebody gonna say, well, is Native okay? Is he all right? Is somebody gonna check him? Nah. It's jokes. Nothing but jokes about the internet. All right, that's fine.
What's up, Bank?
There go Bank. So,
y'all, something else that I had seen while I was perusing the YouTube is Native's favorite couple had a visit tonight.
They sure did.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Ooh, these people dumb as hell. These people dumb as hell. It hurt how dumb they are. Oh man, they dumb. Oh.
So I thought we would watch that, since thank God it's only like 20 some minutes long. So I figured we would watch that and listen to, because I know that Native is going to have a lot of things to say.
Let me tell you something. Shay said, I ain't got time for this bullshit. Shay just cut through all Sonya shit. That's the reason why they be so short now. Because Shay like, I ain't got to listen to this shit. And she just hit the fast forward button. I mean, yeah, pull it up. Shoot, we could definitely go through this. Oh.
Was it last week? I don't know if it was a call last week or a visit. I'm not sure. It was a call, and she says, "Oh, make sure you watch the news tonight, so we'll have something to talk about during the visit." Now, is that for our benefit or what? I mean, I don't understand. Why did she tell him that? They don't have anything to talk about.
I don't know, because if you think about the contradiction, which she's nothing but a walking contradiction, and the pamperware, but she contradicts herself because she says that the news is all lies. But then when she goes to the jail, she says, well, did you watch the news? Then when he says he did, then she tells him a specific number of the percentage of what to believe of the news. Only believe 5% of the news. 50% of the news is wrong. 95% of the news ain't right. Like, she just goes over these numbers, and Nesto ain't good with numbers in his head. He need paper and pen and crayons, but she insists on telling this man these numbers, and it's the craziest thing to me. So she's a walking contradiction. Everything about her contradicts everything else. So I don't know.
Like that, we all know she can't take a hint, like when they were talking about him having to go to court for his divorce, and he was like kind of shaking his head. I don't know if he said something or he shook his head, for her to be quiet. She just don't take a hint. She just...
She brought it up, and then he goes like, I don't know nothing about it. The thing that's coming up next week, I don't know nothing about it. Like, hold on. No, that thing coming up, no, I don't know nothing about that thing that's coming up. No. I'm like, bruh, please. Y'all are not good at anything. Y'all ain't good at secrets. Y'all ain't good at statements. Y'all ain't good at nothing.
Not a thing. Yeah, so we're going to get into and see what they're lying about because I didn't see that. But before we do that, I want to say hello to Pen Pal, Miss HLS, Worldwide Collaborations, Southside Chi-Town. I think, you were first. You were here. You've been here.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. We are going to get in. Petty Patty, how are you doing? So we're going to get into that, and we're going to have to do some. Well, I'm going to write YouTube a letter because I'm getting tired of Bank not getting her notifications. So I'm going to write YouTube a letter so that
we
they
need
know.
We need Bank to be here. Bank balances everything out, so we need
That's
Bank.
right.
Yeah, we need Bank.
So let's see what these two are lying about. Oh, it's complicated. That's who I forgot. Here we go. Check out the hair. Are y'all into the hair?
Who hair?
What is going on with? Okay, I was about to say your girl's hair, Sonya.
She looked like.
You see how long it is? It's real long.
She looked like she went to go see Andre 3000 people when he was doing that. Remember when Andre 3000 had that perm back in the day? She looked like she went to go see his people. So when he was doing Hey Ya, she looked like the guitar playing version of Andre 3000 in Hey Ya video. So maybe that's what she went to go get her hair done. That's what I thought of.
A lady said it's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's talk about it. How are you doing this evening? And let me see, one more person I just seen come in. Bible Lady is here.
Oh, Bible Lady
start
here.
Some trouble. And yes, Vic to the Veil and that girl.
Okay.
All right, here we go with some lies. See what's she talking about now? Political. She knows nothing about politics. Nothing. Well, she knows nothing about nothing, but she definitely don't know nothing about politics. And she's always talking about voting for Trump. I bet you she's not even a registered voter, period. Because she just came there from Florida. So she probably didn't turn her stuff over or nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Vic, wait a minute.
You done let that thing down, ain't you?
Hey, man. Hey. Yeah. I got tired of the ponytails real quick, and then it rained today. So what was that about? Too loud. What was that about?
Hold on.
Of course it failed.
Hold on. Time out.
Oh,
hold on.
Damn, it's pretty long, ain't it?
Yeah, I got about that much cut off of it yesterday.
Hold on.
All right.
I got to figure this part out. We ain't even made it 30 seconds into this thing. How she know other niggas in the jail? Can anybody explain that to me? Because he will wave like he was happy to see her. What is happening with that? And then second of all, what you mean you got tired of the ponytail real quick? We've been looking at this ponytail for years now. What you mean real quick? You should have been tired of that ponytail. What? Don't be trying to make it seem like, oh, you just made a conscious choice. You got tired of them real quick. Man. This up for here, man.
But look, how does your hair keep being because we see her at least. Let's just say at least once a month. And it's probably more than that. Every time we see her, it's a different length and a different story. So now it went, remember, because it was just down her neck. Now it's down past the shoulders, and it just grows so fast.
Yeah. Just like me. I grow hair real fast too.
Oh, let's see what else she gonna be lying about.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, just to get the ends because it's been up for so long. I haven't had the ends clipped. Monthly they need to be done. So, they're just yeah. So
wait a minute. Okay, wait. Let me let it play because I want to see this. Hey, Nikki G.
It's only right here.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, how you feeling with it that long?
Right there. Can somebody please explain to me what is going on with that part? Because I'm going to tell you what I think. I think that she started, you know how when you glue in, you start back too far. She didn't start up enough. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody know what I'm saying? Native, I know you know what I'm saying. I mean, do you see that though? It's not even the same color. It's not the same color. If you look at that, that's why I paused it just like that. It's not even the same color. But she got the nails blue though. She got the nails blue.
But see,
that's what
that was what I was going to point out, was the fact that you remember how when you was in school and there was a kid that had like some new shoes or a new outfit and they couldn't sit down, they was always at the pencil sharpener. They had to go pick up their book. They had to go put their, they wanted you to see. Notice everything she's doing with her freaking hands in this damn call. Like, she keeps putting her finger. She wants him to say something about her nails so bad. Ain't no hair in her eye that she needs to be doing this right now. It's not. But through this whole call, she want him to see her nails so bad. Just watch.
Yeah, because she's, that's why she's getting the hair out the face and all of those things. Mel Lee, I thought I did say your name a little earlier. If I didn't, I'm sorry, because I always try to get everybody when they come in, but I could have sworn I did.
Mel Lee.
Vic to the Veil said she's a felon. I doubt she got her rights back.
Probably didn't.
Oh, well, in her head, she is voting for Trump. But Mel Lee, I don't want you to, we don't do that over here. I make sure I get everybody coming in. So if I didn't shout you out, it was an oversight. It really was. I certainly didn't mean it. Obsessed with the messes here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. All my people here. It's always a party. It's always a party. I love all y'all. It's always a party. Houston Foodie is here. They're my people right there.
And y'all, I'm going to ask for y'all to give some hey love April, give some allowance for Native, because he's on that Fulton County Wi-Fi by way of IKEA, so he might have some technical difficulties.
Both of those things are in Fulton County, and I'm not in Fulton County, so that's not a thing. That is not a thing. It's not a thing that is happening over here. That is not a thing that is happening over here. Look. Before we move ahead, let me tell you something. If y'all are not listening to Houston Foodie's reading of these texts and everything, please do. She'd be so exasperated. I'd be dying laughing at her because she just be so like, okay, Sonia, okay, Sonia, whatever. And I mean, if y'all are not checking her out, please check her out. She does a great job, and she keeps me entertained during the day when I watch her videos. So shout out to Houston Foodie, one of my favorite content creators.
Yeah, she that's the thing. It's the same topic, but everybody has a different take on it. So it's entertaining, with the different people. And I'm gonna tell y'all, if it wasn't for Bank, I don't know what I would do with those text messages, because I got frustrated trying to read them for myself.
Thanks, Sean. I love watching Bank. It's three people, so I start work usually early in the morning. So it's three people that I know that either they got some stuff that day or the night before that I'm listening to, and that's Bank, Houston Foodie, and Fran. Fran gonna be live every day, so I ain't gotta worry about her. But like just in between Bank and Houston Foodie, they keep me so entertained in the morning, and I appreciate y'all so much.
Okay, we are adding Vic to the Veil on here. You here? Did I get you? You're on mute. You're on mute, Vic.
I know. I was.
Okay.
I'm gonna be. I'll behave.
Okay. Good to know.
I'll behave. What I wanted to say to Native was like she's like an animal. She's preening. She always, she has to. She's how animals do their mating call.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's all she's doing. She's preening. Look at my nails.
That's a mating call right there in the middle of the Cobb County Adult Correctional Facility. She doing a
She's It's called preening. She's preening. You know how like peacocks when they like spread their feathers, or they do their some animals do the dances and or I think frogs do the croaks and stuff. Like this is her chicken head bird call, like mating call. She got to play with her hair, show off her nails, wear the white shirt that he likes. She thinks that he likes her hair down, so she wears her hair down. And I'm like, she has the same two three hairstyles. Like why don't your hair have any body to it?
Because she ain't got no body. It wouldn't match. Her hair and her body match. Ain't neither one of them got no body.
And another thing, like that's disrespectful in the jail for somebody to come roll up on your visit and say hi to your woman. They don't know if that's your woman or your sister or your mama.
And he didn't care. That dude did not care at
That's
all.
that's how I know he getting punked in there.
Yeah, with no regard.
Yeah.
With
And
no.
she done went and bought him some whole glasses.
Oh wow.
He getting punked in there. Like
Wow.
I just that first thing I saw, those are women's glasses.
You know what? I was sitting up here trying to imagine in my head. I said, what are whole glasses? But I wasn't going to say nothing. I'm so glad you told me.
Nah, it makes sense. Do y'all remember watching Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids? And they used to watch, they had a cartoon within the cartoon. It was
Yes.
Yeah, the Brown Hornet. If y'all go pull up the Brown Hornet, Nesto in them glasses look just like the Brown Hornet. And it's uncanny, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. But he got on his Brown Hornet glasses, and he looks absolutely ridiculous. But what's new?
Those are oh my gosh! I just pulled it up. Yeah.
Thank you.
He got the big cheeks like the Brown Hornet too.
Right. It's the Brown. I've been sitting up here trying to figure what does he look like, and I realized that's who it is. It's the Brown Hornet from the Fat Albert show. Yeah.
Make me look that
up. If you really want to be entertained, look up the Brown Hornet and look at Nesto. That's exactly what he look like right now.
Let me say hello to Raydella Lewis, and Leo Lady. And I want to thank Worldwide Collaborations for the super sticker, and you got one too, Native. So,
well, thank you, Worldwide Collaborations. You are the bomb.
Yes, and I want to be respectful. Hello to everybody in the chat. Hello, Legacy Moon. Hello, Native. Well, I enjoy all of you guys. All the gang stars are here. Everybody is Bible Lady. Houston Foodie be having me. I just sit there and do timestamps and comment on her videos. I'm like, yes, girl. I know. I feel the same way. Like the Tashima messages they're just it's like. I do autocorrect in my head. Like I want to insert the punctuation, but that's not right to do that though, because that's not the proper interpretation or of doing that. You got to read it how she says it. And she said that her son tells her she makes these long messages. Take a hint from your son, madam.
But no, it's not. First of all, Houston Foodie said Sonya needs Edward Scissorhand.
It looked like Sonya already got Edward Scissorhands from this doggone angle right here. It looked like Edward did some things on the side of her head already.
I don't know why. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
A lady 747 said, "I got to glue this hair on for my man."
Mm.
Go ahead. Girl, I don't know how many. I've only worn like Trex back when I was 12 when I was trying to be grown. And that's the last time I wore like weave. I just don't do do it because I don't feel comfortable wearing weave. I tried to wear wigs. I don't feel comfortable. I just don't. And I love the look of it when it's done right. I love the look of it. I love like when I see women who try to switch it up. That does not look good. I just don't understand why. If you're gonna go old style, why don't you just put some rollers in your hair?
Mm-hmm.
And get some body to your hair. Put a lot of body in there instead of putting that Pro Style gel in your hair and oil sheen. Cause that's all. It's some blue magic grease or something.
You said
Put you
blue.
She
some.
no, she's using Dippity Doo.
Mm.
You think so? Well, she from the '90s, so yeah, she probably does use. Yeah, cause I'm white, so I use Dippity too, cause that's
Mm-hmm.
best for my texture.
Yeah.
I remember my mom, she used to use that stuff, and she could because she had that kind of hair. I don't have that kind of hair. So, boy, that brown, I was so glad with that when that brown stuff came out. I didn't know what to do. Or at least when I discovered it, I should say.
So I can't like my mom. We both have curly hair. My hair is finer than hers though. My mom has, I guess, it's coarser, curlier hair. Like, but we both have like looser curls. She can use like a lot of products that are meant for like Caucasian people. I can't use that stuff. I have to like because I have to protect because my hair is fine. Like it, well, I know, and Sonya looks like she has fine hair. I understand when you do a flat iron, it's you have to have it layered. Like when you have fine hair, it just falls flat. But she doesn't have like I don't want to say good hair. I don't please don't please, I'm not gonna say good hair. Okay, her hair is court. Her hair is
She's got 4C hair, or is there a D?
yes.
Because whatever it is, she's got yeah.
She got a
That's
H4H hair or something like that.
yeah.
So her hair just whatever she's doing to it, she just needs to go back to the Rogaine, put some tea tree oil in, put some rollers in her hair, and put a little body to it. And stop putting them tracks in your hair. Stop putting them ponytails in your hair. That's all. That's my 2 cents.
Now, Miss HLS would like for us to look at this paused picture of Nesto and see how them glasses is sitting up there on his face.
You can't tell me that he ain't getting picked on because he can't find glasses in his size.
Now,
What is wrong?
I just got a question. I don't mean to cut you off, but now Southside Chi-Town they said he got beat up yesterday. Now, are you talking about Nesto got beat up yesterday? Because do tell. I didn't hear that.
I mean, I thought he got beat up every day anyway. I mean, that was just my thought because he's Nesto. But I mean, I don't know. I ain't heard that. Wouldn't be shocking though.
I thought he said on one of these calls or one of the messages, somebody did say that he did get into a scuffle. So I wouldn't be like Native said, I wouldn't be surprised if he did get beat up because he tries to act like Big Papa's old man, and it's not gonna work in there with them young boys because he talks a lot of smack on them phones like those boys can't hear him. And I'm telling y'all, like, for the fact that a young man came up behind him and waved at his visit, that's disrespectful.
It is. It was probably that's probably who he got in the fight with. Was him or the Middle Eastern. he a Middle Eastern.
Middle
Yeah.
Eastern.
Yeah, it was probably
All
him.
one a new ethnicity, Middle
Yeah,
Eastern.
yeah, yeah. That dude probably walked up on him. Who you calling Middle Eastern? I'm from Compton.
I'm
Oh,
Greek.
right. That man's ain't no Middle Eastern. That's probably who he got in the fight with. Who knows?
But he
Wait
said
a minute.
there was.
What happened? It's quiet.
Oh, you said wait a minute. I was being respectful.
That I didn't I didn't mean for that to be out loud.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I try to be. I just have a peeve about that, so I try to be as respectful to others as possible. I want everybody to have their point out, and I don't like cutting people off. So if I get quiet when you start talking, that's not me. Like, that's just me trying to. That's how I went to Catholic school, so that's how I was taught. So I think that, but just like I was saying, I think he is having a tough time in there, and I think those glasses. He's either trading those glasses for other things, or he's getting them stolen. I mean, they got to be because
Well,
she's sent him at least like 4 or 5 pairs.
I'm just trying to understand: is there a black market for glasses in jail? Like,
Hmm.
I ain't
Yeah.
know nothing about that.
And I remember I told y'all, I said the exact words. You going he said he got the medicine at the bottom of this. I said this exact same thing a long time ago. Nesto wears the glasses with the medicine at the bottom. And that's how he described his bifocals. I got the medicine at the bottom.
I mean, but they're readers though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like they Nike frames or they're readers. Like they're $1 a piece, $1.50.
I mean, I don't know how she's getting them to him. I don't know if she's ordering them through Amazon. Because I know like
Amazon.
Because some of the prison systems have it set up to where you can order. You can't just send things like from the outside in. I think there's a way that you can order stuff for them, like in the commissary setup or whatever. But he can order things on the commissary. So I don't understand.
She is a Temu VIP. She don't mess with Amazon. She is Temu all the way. If it's Temu or nothing for Sonya. She ain't going to no Amazon. She don't get the discount. She can't shop like a millionaire on Amazon. She gotta stick to her Temu. Them some Temu glasses.
I'm gonna call Cobb County on Monday. I sound like Sonya. I do it on Monday. I'm gonna call Cobb County on Monday, Cobb County Jail, and ask them how would I get a pair of glasses to an inmate. I'm pretty sure that she's ordering them through some sort of some sort of system that they have in there. Because I've tried to look it up a few times, and it's hard to kind of navigate. You have to set up an account. I don't want to set up I don't want to be in this system. But they have you can order packages, you can order specific things like because he ordered tennis shoes and stuff. He bought when they put money on his books, he went and bought himself some tennis shoes.
But here's the thing.
Did he?
Yeah, well.
Oh, I do remember that.
I think he bought them from commissary. Because I think they sell shoes in commissary. But if you call the Cobb County Jail, Vic, and you say, "How can I get an inmate some glasses?" They gonna say, "You talking about Nesto?"
He need glasses again.
Yeah. They gonna already know who you talking about.
I mean, if you go into jail with your own glasses, I think they I'm trying to remember. They do inspect them. But if you need them, they inspect them. But I think they have to look at that stuff. So I don't think that she's just it can't be from Temu because they have to look at all that stuff. It has to be something that's regulated. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna call him. Not on Monday. I'm on Tuesday. Monday's a holiday. Sorry.
Look. Let us know, Vic. Let us know what you find out with your research.
I'm gonna find out because why does he keep getting glasses sent to him? Is that okay? First of all, why are you rolling over on your glasses? Are you in jail? Why are you rolling over? You that careless that you're rolling over on your glasses?
I don't know. All I know is that this is making the Nesto movie sound really, really interesting. I'm gonna figure it out. We're gonna put that in the script. I'm doing the Nesto movie, so we're gonna put that in the script.
Rolling over on his glasses, or just the glasses? Period. The glasses.
Nah, we gonna tell the whole story. We're gonna tell the whole Nesto story from started from the bottom, and now he at the bottom. We're gonna start the whole thing from top to bottom. We're gonna do the whole Nesto movie. Rolling over on the glasses, being wrongfully convicted for the wrong things that he did, all of that. We're gonna tell the whole story. And it ain't gonna be no Denzel in it either.
You so serious. You know what's crazy too about the jail? They give you got a mat in there, so you can't tuck them underneath your pillow. All you can do is like you sit with them by. to me, like I have my pet peeve is like you don't have that many people sending you money, so you just in there just I need you to send me some more. I need you to send me some more glasses, and then her dumb ass just doing it.
I'm sorry, Vic. This HLS has a comment that that has me over here rolling. This is deep. Miss HLS, do you know something we don't know? She said the inmates taking the glasses to use them as
I
gloves or
believe it.
goggles when they cooking up that prison. What?
Probably.
That is very detailed. That is so detailed. I love that comment. Yes, okay. That's a thing. Yes, okay.
That's why I say he either trading them or they getting stolen from him. He got to be trading them because like every month she's sending him glasses. Every call that we hear, yeah, I'm gonna need me some more. I'm gonna need me some more glasses. This time send me 2.5. He ordering for other inmates.
Yeah, I guess so. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Where did our host go?
I don't know. She dropped. I think she must have had a technical difficulty.
I'm trying to understand where my host is. Like I feel abandoned. I have abandonment issues. What's going on? I need Legacy Moon to come back to the stage.
She coming back. I'm here with you.
You are Vic. You are Vic, and I appreciate you. It's a good thing she brought you up because otherwise I'd be here by myself right now.
Listen. Let's entertain. How did you feel today about Shirley? Did you see Miss Shirley almost cry or crying?
You know what? Honestly and truly, I felt bad because, like, can you imagine how frustrating that has to be when you trying to get rid of Nesto and you can't? Like, I mean, like when
hold up. I want y'all to know I kicked myself out fooling around with Jay Vickers trying to get up the Brown Hornet. That's what happened. Carry on.
Look.
So did you feel sorry for her?
I did, man. My heart kind of went out for it. Because like I said, can you imagine trying to get rid of Nesto? Like, today's the day I get rid of Nesto, and the damn judge tell you, no, you got to hold on to Nesto for another month. Oh, hell no. I would have kicked the screen. I would have came down there. If I could Zoom, I would have came down there and had to have a face-to-face conversation. What you mean I can't get rid of Nesto today? Y'all better go call him or get him out their cell or something. Or call Sonya to get him out the cell or something. But we finna get rid of Nesto today. Because Lord have mercy, that cannot be a good feeling at all.
It bothered me that the court kind of screwed her over, and now they're saying to extend it out for 2 weeks. We'll make an emergency hearing in 2 weeks. Get him notification, make sure he gets it, and then make sure have me a hearing in 2 weeks so I can get this done.
Yeah, I did. I felt bad for her. And then, like, the look on her face, man. Like, she had that look like, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was the look on her face was like, you son of a, But, yeah, I felt bad for her. I did. Because I know she tired of this Negro. I know she is.
And then he just still costing her money because she still got to pay for this attorney. That attorney I'd have some words. Why you didn't know if he got served? Why you didn't know if he found out if he knew he had a notice? Why this is something I'm pretty sure that attorney costs at least $10,000 for this process. Because she's a Georgia Hollywood attorney.
Okay,
she's a celebrity attorney.
Her being Kenya Moore's attorney should have been enough to me. I wouldn't have gotten her.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all see this?
Look at Nesto.
Can y'all see this on y'all screen?
Look at Nesto. Look at Nesto. Look at Nesto.
Oh my God.
Look at him.
Oh my gosh, that looked just like him.
Look just like him looking in that screen at Sonya. Look at him. Look at old Nesto. A little bit of shorts on. Look at him.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, Nesto.
Not a little bitty short. It's one of them. I think they were. Where did they be, in a spaceship? Where's that one at? I don't see it. Where they're in that spaceship or wherever they be at, and it's him and the short dude. I don't see it on here. But yep, he looked just he
looked just like Nesto. Nesto, look at him.
Wait. Oh my gosh, y'all gonna make me fool around and put this as a sticker.
Look when Nesto was jumping in that water in slow motion.
Here we go.
That's what he was doing. There you go. That's Nesto right there. He just don't have the facial hair, but that's Nesto.
He got the haircut though.
Right, exactly.
Oh my gosh. Look these shorts though. These shorts
It's a little shameful.
I'm sure that's something Nesto wore on that bus with the cowboy boots. What did Dre say? The dog chain and the cowboy boots. I'm sure that's one of his little nasty outfits.
I'm sure it is.
I'm not gonna no kink shaming to anybody if that's what you into. Hey, but we're talking about I'm specifically speaking about Ernest Dog Victor Williams. Lavert Williams.
Wait a minute, y'all. And by the way, hello, Breezy B and Go Roro. If anybody has come in the chat while I was having technical difficulties, I'm sorry that I didn't shout you out. But Breezy B said, and Lamont right behind him. Where's that picture at? Let me get it again. Where'd that picture go?
Wait. That's a bonus. That's Ernesto and Lamont. Oh my. Boy, y'all got that one right tonight. Look at that. Keep your head up. Stay focused.
Look,
keep it moving.
Yeah. You know, you don't have to pay no bills. They'll get paid. Don't pay them.
Yeah, don't pay bills. They're going to get paid.
Don't worry about it. Stay prayed up. Do some push-ups.
Yeah,
bills get paid.
They're going to get paid.
I wish somebody would tell me how, but according to Lamont, don't pay no bills. That's what
don't pay no bills. They're going to get paid. And guess what? They got paid. So, yeah, I don't know.
Eat you some pork chops.
Look at Lamont's boots, y'all.
Man.
Child.
Nesto and Lamont. Wow. I forgot Brown Hornet hung out with a Lamont looking dude. I forgot about that.
And here we have Sonya.
So enough.
Shirt down there with the hair. That's
same hairdo.
That ponytail.
That's the same hairdo.
Okay. Anybody who has phone calls from prison, their Patreon, they posted a video visit. I forgot the date. It was a recent video, and she had her ginger from Casino ponytail in, but it was so nappy and so matted that I guess she must have felt bad or something and cut that ponytail up, combed it out, cut that ponytail up, and then stuck it in as tracks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was she's looking bad, y'all.
I mean,
there go Dion in the red hat.
Look at Dion, Daddy with. You got the bond, Daddy. All you got to do is get some money. That's all you got to do, Daddy.
Now,
get some money.
Wait, let me. If y'all, Native has put up his next teaser. I have already told him I do not like to be teased. So y'all check that out. But I personally think that he should write a letter to Dion's mom. You know, I'm gonna find her. I'm sure she's up in these pictures too.
I don't even know that lady's name. All I know is
Dion's mom. Look at here. Her name is Look at here.
Look, that lady said, "Look at here, Nesto." What? You talk like this all the time. Look at here, Nesto.
Ain't that his first? Is that Edith? No, that's not Edith. Carol?
I don't know.
No, that's not Carol. Margaret. What's the one another old
I
name
don't.
is?
I don't. I don't think did he marry Dion's mother?
Hattie.
Sophia.
Hattie. Is that Hattie? Hattie Mae? I, I
That's
don't know
it.
what
Sound like
I don't know that lady's
Lavestra.
name. I don't know that lady's name. All I know is that she talked just like Nesto, and it's scary. It scared me to death that there's a woman out here that talk like that, and it's a female Nesto, and I don't know how the hell they are not together to this day. I figured that maybe it's because Nesto get caught too much. She like, look here, Nesto, you get caught too much. You go to jail too many times. I can't deal with you. I don't know what it is, but I can't. I'll think about writing her letter. Ernestine, that might be her name.
Ernestine.
they say
Henrietta.
our Lisa. Who our Lisa.
Oh,
She's
Barbara Jean. Barbara Jean. Barbara lady, I know a Barbara Jean.
Jacqueline.
Nestina. Go
Oh.
Ruth said Nestina.
Don't she sound like she done gone upside his head a few times until she finally had to leave him? She sounds like the type that will square up with a dude. Like,
She do. She probably has, and she probably square with anybody. She probably square up on anybody who owes some money. Where my $13 at? $13? What? How we get
I'm
to that
telling you,
number?
that woman was on that phone. She was frying chicken, taking orders,
She
fixing
was.
plates, everything.
She was.
I
And
had. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Dion was so happy. He was like, "Yeah, I got both y'all on the phone." I'm like, both of y'all. I'm like, nah, dog, that is not a flex. That is not a flex. Having Nesto and this woman as your mama is not a flex. Not at all.
I'm telling you, after I heard her, I was like, no wonder. Now I understand Dion.
Mm-hmm.
I truly understand him.
His mama sound like she keeps the old nasty finger wave and a French roll. Like she always stays fresh, and her hair is dyed Kool-Aid red, or at least a nice shade of burgundy.
She got a coffee can full of fish grease sitting on the stove, waiting just in case company come.
Ooh, my mom used to do that. And we
she
put
always
it in her, before they cook the beans or the greens or whatever, we pour just a little bit of that in there.
Mm-hmm.
Give it good flavor. That's my grandma used to say. Don't give it good flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And always got a bowl of fresh potato salad in the refrigerator. Always got a bowl of potato salad and some rice cooked.
And see, and this is how you know that we are some resourceful and powerful people, because ain't none of that killed us. We made it through all of that stuff, and all of it is probably an OSHA hazard waiting to happen. But we made it through, and ain't nobody said nothing. Ain't nobody got sick or nothing. We just made it. We made it. Crackling cornbread and all. We made it.
I think, she probably make her own good crackling. She probably,
She make the greasy crackling. The greasy crackling cornbread that you can't put in the paper towel because it's gonna soak right through. Yeah, that.
It's probably rolling too. It's probably some of the best food you ever ate. Like they from Georgia.
I have only had that one time.
I had what one time?
Crackling?
Did I kick myself out of StreamYard again?
No, we still hear you.
Oh, I said crackling. I've only tasted that one time. Look, I think
that's all you
StreamYard
can taste. If you eat crackling more than that, your arteries are gonna shut down. That stuff's so greasy and fattening and bad for you. Oh my. Yeah, that's all you needed. You just needed the one time.
You know what's good is like, okay, so there's a Filipino grocery store that they just opened. Well, they not just opened, but opened not too long ago down the street from my house. And I live in kind of a suburban area of Vegas, like maybe right outside of Vegas. And they sell fried chicken skins, and they're so good. And it's like I really just they sell them in they make them fresh at the store, and I only really just want 1, 2, 3 pieces. But you buy the whole container, and they have different flavors. They have salt and vinegar, and it just is so good. And I'll be sitting there, and I'll just take my 1, 2, 3 pieces out, and I think I'm just gonna put it away or try to shove it off on my neighbor or my friend, so I don't eat no anymore. But I'll sit in my car after I get out the store and just eat. And it just I know that stuff is bad for you, but it's the chicken skin, and it's fried so good, and so like it's so well fried, and it's so seasoned. Sometimes you just gotta go there. You just have to go there, and then you feel guilty about it later. Your stomach be messed up later. You get your heartburn later. But for that moment of time, you feel delightful.
Now Banks says, I just discovered my love for pork belly. My nephew smoked them like rib tips, and baby. Now, let me tell you, I've never had that before, but back in my pork eating days, I did. I used to love pig feet, and my aunt used to take them and cook them in the oven with some barbecue sauce. Oh my gosh, it was good. I did enjoy that.
And we can say from our resident expert Sanders RN says that fried chicken skin is a great low carb snack. There you go. We have an endorsement.
But here's the thing, it's the fried. So I have to eat, like, I don't do fried food that often. Like, even sometimes I crave them. I just want 1 or 2, 3 pieces. So I don't want to go and buy the whole thing. But they don't sell, like, you can't just buy 1, 2 pieces. You got to buy the whole thing. Like, it's like McDonald's. I want to go up to the window and just ask, can I have 5 French fries? Hot with no salt, please. I know that,
that would
they
not
gonna
do
charge.
for me. That would not do for me.
You want 5 of them?
I just want 5 of them. I just want 5 of them. It's like
Just 5.
just 5, just 5. Yeah, like I just need 5 to satisfy my craving, and I'm done. Even like a pork, I love a fried pork chop sandwich. I haven't had that in years because I try not to do fried, and because I'm 40 now. I'm going to be 41 in a few months, so I have to be careful, and I got to be mindful. Even though I'm skinny, it's still, high cholesterol runs in my family, high blood pressure. I'm African American. This is something that is inherited. So I have to be careful. But I missed when I was in college in Mississippi, there was a lady who turned the back room of her house into like a little, basically she set up a counter, like a wood counter, and she would do daily specials, and she would do pork chop sandwiches on like Tuesday or Wednesday for $3.50. And we would try to rush there because it's one of them things that, okay, she makes so many, and then when she out, she out. And I love a fried pork chop sandwich, and I hate mayonnaise, but just a little bit of mayonnaise on some white bread.
My
Or every
mom
now
used
and
to
then.
do that. She used to, well, she didn't put mayonnaise, but she would eat her pork chop sandwiches. She would cook pork chop, and she would cook a full meal, but still just eat a pork chop sandwich. Now, I tell you, I get turkey chops. They're quite delicious.
I can't find those out here.
They're not easy to find. They're really not easy to find at all. And they're not. They used to be inexpensive, but now they're not. They cost too much money. So I don't get that quite often. But I mean, I make my own. I haven't been like to a place where it's one already cooked. So I just get it from. I actually get mine from Walmart. In Harmon never had a pork chop sandwich. Now, I've had one of those before. And Harmon said she never had a pork chop sandwich.
How is that possible in Harmon that you avoided pork chop sandwiches this entire time? I mean, I don't eat pork now, but trust me, I've had my share.
What about a smothered pork chop sandwich?
That's a little too much. It's a little too much.
I think if I had to pick a favorite food of my mom's, it would be the pork chop sandwich. And now she loved her liver smothered in onions and gravy. I don't like anything smothered because it just seems to me like it would just get soggy.
That's my favorite, liver and onions. My grandma used to make liver and grits.
I'm gonna tell y'all, it's hard for me to figure out what's still there in New Orleans after Katrina, but I do know that on Tulane there was a corner store on Tulane, and I can't think of where that was, but it was on Tulane, not too far from the hospital. But that corner store had the best smothered chicken I have ever had in my life. Like, I went in there one time and I was just like, yeah, let me get the smothered chicken. That was the absolute best. And New Orleans is like that. Like, it'd be the little spots that you don't really expect to have, like the corner stores and everything. When you go to the corner stores, that is the best food in the hood. Like, I mean, there was the orange store by the Lafitte Projects, the red store over by the Iberville. Like, it was like, but you go in there and it is just the best New Orleans food that you ever had in your life.
We used to have all of the, okay, so like, we just came back from New Orleans for my 40th birthday. And so, like, because my mom and I spent it together. I'm an only child, so that was it. She was, she was gonna make sure that we spent my birthday together. So she was gonna come out here and just like ball out on me and just we have a good time. But I wanted to go back home, and we kind of had we did a little food tour, and a lot of the little places that we used to go to, the sandwich shops, because my mama used to teach in the French Quarter. There used to be a school, McDonald 15, that is since closed. But all the little spots, the corner stores that we used to go to, I used to walk through when I was waiting on her to finish up at school. They're gone, or they sold. Like even the time before that, just before lockdown, we went to sandwich shops and po' boy shops, and they po' boy shops and like just seafood spots. They're gone. Dookie Chase, I think she's still around. The major places in the quarters are still there, like Acme Oyster House, places like that. They're still there. You could still go find a good sandwich. In some of the places that are on the outskirts, but a lot of places did not open up, or they sold because it's being gentrified so much.
It is the Iberville Project is gone, but the corner store's still there, which is kind of crazy because it's like, like you look at one side of the street, it's familiar, the other side of the street ain't familiar. You know what I'm saying? So, but that store's still there. I don't think them people going nowhere. I went in there and got me a fully dressed shrimp po' boy. Oh my!
I have a question. Well, first of all, Houston Foodie is talking about some goat chops. Did you say goat chops? I've never had that or heard of that before. But I have a question. Is it true what they say? Is it oysters? Yeah, oysters. They say that's good for the sex drive. I'm just curious. Because, I've had some before and it didn't faze me none. But, I don't know.
Yeah, I think when they say it's good for the libido, it's supposed to be something. It does something to your get the blood circulation flowing. To the parts, the nether regions. So I think that's what they mean.
Vic,
Vic, what?
This is after dark. You do not have to say nether regions. It is after dark.
I don't want to.
This stream is after dark, Vic.
She still has to monetize this.
Just saying.
I'm trying
after dark.
I know. I can get greasy, but I am trying to be I'm code switching as much as possible so she can keep her video monetized.
We are the title is After Dark. I don't know what time it is out there in Vegas, but we after dark on this side, okay?
It's 9:53 here, so I'm just trying to. Listen. I respect it. If people say don't cuss, I don't cuss. If I might slip up every now and then, I'm trying to limit my cuss words. I come from a cussing grandmother. Like she cussed like a sailor, and that's how I learned how to cuss. So I could really cut up. I'm just trying to be respectful to everybody in the chat. There might be some people who don't like that, and I'm trying to be respectful to y'all. Well, I want to be respectful to you guys too, and I want you to know that I can articulate myself. There's other descriptive words outside of cuss words, even though cuss words are my favorite.
Thank you, Bank, for the sticker. And
the after
now,
dark
yes, the after dark fun. Now I'm not a cusser over here now, you get me up here frustrated with the StreamYard and stuff. Y'all might hear me say a few things, but other than that, I'm not really a cusser. But I mean, everybody here is an adult, so I am not going to say, don't cuss. Hey, succeeding too. I don't say that. We don't have them. I don't have time to be monitoring. If that's what comes out your mouth, that's what comes out your mouth.
Look, we cuss at the tribe. I don't know what y'all be doing. We get some cuss words in at the
Well,
tribe. I mean, the tribe.
I thank you for letting me know. When I come to your channel, if you invite me up, or if I'm able to converse with you, then I'll make sure I won't go too far, because I can go really far. I can go far. My friends, like when I used to drink, my friends loved to get me drunk, and because I cuss people out, and I talk mess about people, because I was the one that set it off with people.
Native, do you see this? Thank you so much, Sanders RN, for the sticker. Do you read that, Native? Can you see it on your
I see
screen?
it.
It's for the After Dark fun, because we talk about
fluffing over here. Yeah. I mean, I don't know who we is, because I ain't said a word about it. I ain't said not a single word about it. Not me.
I forgot y'all had talked about that. Yeah, I forgot that y'all had discussed that.
Oh yeah,
dang old fluffing.
Do you know that there were people who actually watched that live twice? And I appreciate it. I really do. I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. Yeah, we talked about some of everything.
Yeah, we did.
Buying desserts in different places.
What? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Native.
No. I was just saying we did that with those adult conversations after dark did happen. Yes, they did.
But really quick, I know you said you brought your shrimp po' boy. My favorite is the soft shell crab on bun with butter and extra pickles, and then an oyster po' boy dressed with mustard and extra pickles.
I have a hard time finding the soft shell crab in the hood, where I'm usually located at when I go to New Orleans. So,
really,
yeah, I mean, some of them don't have it. I know, I think the one on Dowman. Did you ever go to the one on Dowman, by the Sugar Shack? Remember when the Sugar Shack was over there off of Dowman?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a corner store that's right down from there, and they used to have them a lot. But honestly, that would be my favorite if I knew where to find it.
Native, these folks is putting stuff in the chat about you.
I'm sure.
I'm not gossiping. I'm just telling you what I'm reading.
No. I'm aware. I'm aware. I pick on Nesto and Sonya and the rest of them, and everybody else pick on me. I get it. I understand. That's my position in life, and I'm perfectly fine with it. Okay. I'm perfectly fine.
Because Bank want to know when's the last time you bought some pudding. I'm just saying.
Okay, so Bank hasn't happened in a really long time. I don't know why we have to keep addressing this, but okay, not in a very long time. Okay, it's been a while. I have made pudding since the time I bought this, so that's been a couple years. So yeah, it's been a couple years now. Okay. We
What's
okay?
this pudding story, Native? Because I've heard, I didn't listen to the whole live, but what's this pudding story? Because they clowning you.
They are. And it's okay. It's okay. I have risen above this. When they go low, I go high. So
go lower.
I don't worry about it. But listen, the story is that one day, or one evening, a couple years ago, I was at a strip club here in Atlanta, and not Magic City, by the way. And so came out, had a decent time. It wasn't the best time. And I was, approached by a young lady who was an entrepreneur, right? And she was like, "Hey, I'm selling desserts." And I was like, "Really?" And she had a little menu, had a little card, everything. And I was like, "All right, I'll take some of the banana pudding," because it was like banana pudding, but it had strawberries in it. So I found this to be fascinating. I was like, "Okay, I will try your strawberry banana pudding." Bought some from her. It was delicious. And then I went home. That's the story. Now, if you look at the comments in the chat, you would think it was a whole different thing. You would think that it was a whole other thing that happened, and that's not the thing that happened. It was a simple transaction. I think it was like $4, maybe $5. I helped a young lady out with her business dreams, her goals, and supported her business, and went about my business. And that's what happened. So, yeah, that's the story that everybody has run with in the comments. That's the story.
Is that the story, Legacy?
Yeah, that is the story.
That's what happened.
That is the story. But it's
Okay.
no different than him instigating, because I had to explain what a fluffer was, and he wanted to hear it again. So,
All I said was you explained it the best I've ever heard it explained, and that's all I said. So I was very impressed.
A
by your
fluffer
ability.
is a sexual preparer for adult films.
There you go.
And strip clubs. I happen. I've never worked in one. I just happen to know that. Very much like Sonia doesn't own a business.
Yeah, she work in the back room. She work in the back room. And by the way, let me just tell you this too. If you go to a strip club and ask to see the back room, please put some context behind it, because Lord have mercy, you're gonna get something else that you wasn't expecting. If that's what you go in there to see, because they gonna take you completely out of context. So let them know that you want to see the back room.
Isn't that the champagne room? Isn't it the same thing?
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, the back office. The back office. When you go in the back office.
Well, what do they sell there? Legs?
No, in the back office. That's what Sonia said that she worked at, was in the back.
Oh, that's where she.
So what I'm saying is that if you go into the strip club asking to see the back office, be real specific about what you want to see. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
So, okay, so like almost, how old am I? I'll be 41. So 20 years ago, I had a very rebellious side, and I danced for like 3 months. It was very good money, and I stopped because the money was coming too fast, and I just saw the danger in it, so I stopped. And I had a day job, and then that was my night job, because it was, it was like, 3,000, 4,000 in a night, and it's like you could feel, when you feel something like it's too good to be true, and then a lot of the other, and I had to drink to do it, and I just, I didn't want to keep being faded to be able to drink that. There were girls who, they said the back room, the automatic idea was like, how much extra are you willing to pay to go to the back room? Now, Sonia was, from my understanding, she was like basically an assistant to the girls, to the women.
Victor Lavelle, Jay Vickers, who's always starting trouble, wants to know your stage name.
What was Diamond and Toya. I didn't give myself the name, because the owner, of course, was he was a vert, a perv, and he tried every girl, and he's just, you don't look like a Victoria, so he called me Toya, and then Diamond was my other name. I wanted to go by Peaches or something totally obscure, and but he said no, your name's gonna be Toya, because he liked to give everybody their names.
I think I don't know what I'd want my name to be.
I mean, some of the girls had just some, the Mexican girls they had normal names, but I mean, he tried to keep the names normal. I wanted it to be something like playful, and he just like, no, we're trying to sell, you're trying to sell it to them, you're trying to give them the girlfriend experience, but not give them the girlfriend experience. But some of those girls were, I mean, like one girl, she was doing the most, and it almost got another girl. She and another girl, their lives taken, because the guy set his money down on a thing, and he went to the bathroom, and she took some money out of his stack And then she, she's like, "Oh, dance over." But then he had a weapon on him, and he was basically holding the club up. I'm like, okay, this is too much. Because
Well, who said Jay Vickers likes Vicious Vicky for your name? Now, who is this trying to name me Puddin'? And
Puddin'
we had another one, but meanwhile, so we gonna have this strip club, and then at the end, when it's over in the parking lot, we're gonna have Succeeding 2 out there with selling some peach cobbler and bread pudding.
I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem.
You know what?
Problem
I don't see a problem with what Native did because it's a straight up hustle. Like, why would if I was into selling food and selling like desserts or trying to get my business started, I would most definitely have it set up outside of the club or outside of a strip club.
Because why, Vic? Because there are people there, right? There are people. You got a crowded strip club. They got to come out at some point. Yes, you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying the voice of reason, people. We got the voice of reason up here, Vic to the veil, and she gonna tell y'all that it's a smart marketing move to be where the people are. Go on, finish telling Vic. Go on, finish telling. Go on.
Well, yeah, because it's people out there. I don't know how Georgia is, but there's probably not too many 24-hour places that are open. So you catch them while they're intoxicated. They're willing to spend money. And they more than likely have cash on them.
It is a good business plan, but now I want to know, Succeeding 2, what is this that you're putting rum on? Are you putting this on the bread pudding or the peach cobbler? Because she's putting rum on something, and I want to know what.
Probably bread pudding. Oh, banana pudding.
And rum.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm distracted by the fact that Banks said that her stripper name would have been Hot Chocolate. I'm sorry. That kind of distracted by that. I'm sorry. What y'all was talking about, rum? I missed that whole thing.
They had different names. It was like Misty and stuff. Like there were other clubs where you saw some names like Tiger and all kinds of stuff. Like, so it was it was a, like I said, it wasn't, I won't say it was fun, but it was very quick money, and it was scary because it was like, okay, this money is coming too quick. And of course, all the men, all of them are, they're trying to wife you up. It's like, why are you here? Why are you dancing in here? And I could take you out of this. You don't have to do this. And you're just looking at them like, okay. And I wasn't good on my feet, like as far as dancing. I got 2 left feet. So, and because I can articulate myself a little bit, most of the white guys like me. So I could just basically talk to them. I could sit them down and talk to them, and I didn't have to I didn't really have to dance. But because I just talked to them like, I'm like, why are you here? And like they start telling me their problems, and I just keep charging them, to sit down for like an hour. And sometimes I felt bad for that. I guess I'm too sympathetic. I was too sympathetic and empathetic. But then then my best friend, she worked there too, and she's like, girl, why are you feeling sorry for them? They know what they came there. They know what they came there for.
Right.
And I just felt bad. I'm like, I'm not really dancing for them too. I'm just talking to them. She's like, bitch, if you don't shut up and get this damn money.
There you go.
Bible lady, she's gonna sell some fried tacos in the parking lot. But so I believe Succeeding 2 says she puts that rum on the bread pudding. I think I saw.
Yeah, bread pudding with rum sauce. Yeah, I've heard of that.
I haven't. That's something nice to try, but nobody likes bread pudding here but me. So, but that's a good recipe to try.
My biological father's family is from Violet, Louisiana. I don't know if you ever been to Violet, Native.
Nope.
It's basically it's the country.
Yeah.
That's what we call the country.
Right.
So it's like population 3,000, and they have like some of the. I hate bread pudding, But if it's a good recipe, they have some like those corner stores that they do the rum sauce and like some of the best bread pudding. Even if you don't like bread pudding, it's very good. It doesn't taste like just bread. Sometimes people make it and it just tastes like just like soggy bread, like old soggy croutons.
Mm-hmm.
But you can find some of the best bread pudding like there and out in the country.
Oh no, absolutely, absolutely, and boudin too. The boudin be good in the country too, but you just got to make sure that you know what they putting in that boudin, because Lord have mercy, it could be some anything. But you get you some good boudin out there too. You ever go to Rouse's? Because Rouse's
I love Rouse's.
like the Rouse on Chapatulas, they had
Yes.
this apple it was an apple cobbler. Lord. It was worth the trip just to go down to get that. But yeah.
When we were there, we stayed we didn't do anything too big. We stayed at the Wyndham in the quarters, and it's you just kind of walk around the French Quarter, and just walking every day to Rouse's. They had the chicken salad, and I'm like, I missed this so much. It was black folks chicken salad.
Right.
Like it was so good, and it's like, oh, it just Rouse's is I like it. And then my mom, she's particular about certain things too. It's like when you grow up in a place like that where what is not average, what is not average to other people, but what is that like, regular to us. And then when you move another place, it's like, damn, you miss it so much. You really do miss it.
Yep.
Well, I have come up with my stripper name.
Oh boy.
It's on the screen. That's who I'm gonna be.
A taste of honey.
Yep. That's who I'm gonna be.
I'm gonna need you to shorten that down, because ain't nobody gonna be saying all these words, and we don't want to hear coming to the stage a taste of honey. No, it's just too much.
Coming to the stage, where you love her, honey drip.
There you go. See, there you go.
Okay, I'll take that one.
There you go. A taste of, what Science stripper name would have been, right?
Oh, I don't know. Two bones, side piece, and a biscuit, a ponytail.
Science stripper name would have been nothing, because the DJ would have been like, coming to the stage, nothing.
Chicken neck.
Nothing. Nothing. And then she would have hopped her ass up. Look, it's nothing. What you gonna get? Nothing. Yeah, that would have been her stripper name. Nothing.
Very Cherry said a little bit.
Nothing.
Old Bible lady. So somebody said we would need an interpreter. You would need an interpreter for Sonya to interpret what's going on with the body. Okay. Civil. No, civil.
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 Oh my gosh. We got bonk. Pamperlicious. Oh, y'all are wrong.
I don't know. Civil kind of works. Civil kind of works. It kind of works.
Succeeding to is being bad. She said chicken shit.
I don't see the problem with any of these names. Like, I don't see nothing wrong.
Pink said onesie.
Okay.
Dirty P. Ponytail.
Whose channel y'all think she watched a divorce hearing on, or you think she watched it at all?
She don't even watch Nesto's hearing.
She was asleep. Edgeless was asleep. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
You think she slept through that?
She sleeps through everything.
She sleeps through all of his. Why would she get up to see Miss Strawberries? She ain't gonna do that.
Right.
Because I think she cares about that, because she still wants the association with.
But she knew he wasn't gonna be there though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like from that last conversation, she knew he wasn't gonna be there. I don't know nothing about that thing that's gonna happen next week with the divorce. I don't know nothing about that. Nothing, I don't know nothing about that. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't got nothing to do with that. So
Oh
no,
my
she
God.
was asleep.
Hey, PW and Lou to the Lou. I know you've been in here for a minute, but I missed you when you came. You know, when I saw your name the first time.
Well, Jay Vickers, I mean, Sylvia really ain't really like messing with him too much. She chasing behind Woody, and Woody ain't really feeling her like that. Woody is out here trying to go on the pop the balloon and all that. Yeah, Woody is out here trying to get
Well,
his.
I mean, him and Nesto talk just about the same. So, I mean,
Woody is far more intelligent. Even though we clown Woody for the way he talks, Woody has what we call street smart.
Coming to the stage, bullet holes.
Y'all are so wrong. Y'all, God forgive them. That's
listen,
wrong.
the real Brown Family Chronicles up here, Nesto's stripper name would be Liquid V.
There you
I
go.
believe that. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Two dicks.
He'd be
Mr. Dildo.
He'd be up there letting folks down.
A lady says, "Say what now?" Liquid V and a Rico. The dog, y'all are crazy. Let's see. Nesto mentioned in the call today that he was calling Dre and his what? And Dre, calling Dre today. That he was calling Dre and the other prayer warrior. Sonya said IS was something.
He said the other one. Yeah, he's talking about Tashima.
Do y'all think, even though I know people have very Jerry said puddle jumper, do y'all know I forgot what I was gonna say. These comments distract me. Never mind. oh no, the hearing. He's sitting up saying, he's not gonna be there for that hearing. The one he doesn't know about. He doesn't know what she's talking about. He wasn't gonna be there this week, and lo and behold, it's this week and he's not there. Why do y'all think all of the attorneys were there? Like, you had the investigator, the attorney. I mean, you had like everybody was there from Nesto's team except for Nesto. What do you think about that?
Because they want to know what's going to be put on the table. So, like, the man got a bigamy charge and he's at a divorce hearing, right? So his attorneys is trying to figure out what they going to lay out as far as the bigamy is concerned, or if they're going to mention that at all, because they don't want to get blindsided by it. You know what I mean? Because when the trial come up and Will Wooten is there too, and, you getting a divorce from Shirley Strawberry, you got the bigamy charge, what you got to say about that? And I just think that it was just like a informational kind of thing, just in case, because I feel like when you're dealing with somebody like Nesto, as an attorney, he ain't gonna tell you the truth, and they probably have been blindsided by a bunch of stuff. Sean Hoover already got to deal with tight suits, and so he don't need nothing else to come up and surprise him. You know what I'm saying? Because one more surprise, he might just break his britches. You know what I'm saying? So we don't want. He don't need.
I'm gonna tell you something. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna tell you something. The very first time that I saw him at that hearing, I said, "What is going on with his suit?" Mm-hmm. He needed the next 3 sizes.
Right. He don't need no other surprises. I mean, he be surprised when he sit down and his pants don't crack open. So so he don't need nothing else. So that's why they was there. That's why they was there. Yeah. So yeah.
Sanders Arian said that Nesto's stripper name is No Jobs.
Oh, damn.
Very Sherry says Sean gonna bust out that suit like the Hulk.
For real. Look, Look, let Nesto keep lying. He gonna be like, you keep lying to me, and then that suit gonna come straight off. Yeah.
Maybe those are the suits he bought when he first became a public defender, and he stress eats, because and then knows
What?
he hasn't bought any new suits.
What?
I'm trying to give the man some grace. I mean,
what?
But when you're that age, your mama be telling you, son, you need to get a bigger suit. I mean, shouldn't that be going on?
But hold on. You are a lawyer. You present yourself in front of the court for a living. Why you ain't went to K&G and got you another suit that fit? They got tailors. That's not a thing.
But to comment on what Legacy said, I think because Nesto hasn't been truthful to them, and they know he's not going to be truthful to them, because he's just going to ride this until the wheels fall off. He's going to ride. I don't know them folks. I don't know none of them folks. That ain't none of me. I ain't never seen them before. They lying on me. She got a raise off of me. Native, do your me when I get done.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep lying, as opposed to working with your attorneys, and he's getting the interpretation of what they come and tell him. And then the investigator, I believe, wanted to get a face with their. They knew that there was media interest, so the investigator got faces to names. You know what I mean? To people who they had not seen. So they got some faces, and they saw how much interest was invested in his case, and what probably it is instructing him, because he's not I think he has been talking to the investigator, and they finally kind of, either it's Tashima or it's his attorneys, or it's the collective, that they finally got into his head. Shut the hell up. Just shut up.
Well, Tashima, she's been doing a pretty good job of pretty much telling him that in a very nice biblical way.
You know what the crazy part is? I think she speaks his language. I think she understands all she's saying. All them words, all that mumbo jumbo, that's his language.
Y'all know what? We were over there at Lady T Bug's, and I had not read the text messages, and it was me and Lady T Bug and Victor the Veil up there getting ready, reading the text. And boy, this was the first time we heard Tashima and a voice with Tashima. If you have not heard Victor the Veil do an impersonation of Tashima, I mean, we just fell out. We fell out. It was so funny.
Hello, Mr. Williams. God is good. I love my son, but he tell me type too long. Was upset. Not no more. Mr. Williams, please call your son and give love advice. Contact your day ones. Praise God, Jesus' name, amen. I want to say, you need to quiet down. I tell my son all the time, don't talk calls. Stay off phone.
Southside Chi-Town sound just like her.
For real.
No, but if y'all haven't seen Vic, if y'all are not subscribed to Victor the Veil, go on over there. And she done came up, she done gave us a look for what she thinks Miss Tashima looks like.
I think she might be a pretty woman. She's just probably not articulate. That does not mean, just because somebody's not articulate does not make them stupid or ignorant. That just means that they don't, they're not articulate. They have a lot of thoughts in their heads. It comes out all at one time, and she's doing type to text or talk to text. Pardon me. She's doing talk to text, and all that mumbo jumbo, all that shit that's in her head is just coming out at one time, and she just keeps talking. She probably driving, or flipping pancakes or something, and she's just talking, and it's just all coming out, no punctuation, nonstop.
Wait,
Um,
a lady
can I can
747, a lady 747 said, "Is she Korean?"
can can somebody please put Vic to the Veil's name in the Ahmad? Can you please put the channels in the chat? Vic to the Veil's, Houston Foodie, Bank, Native. Yeah, I think that's it for now.
Y'all come over. Y'all
If
come.
if
Y'all
you
come
have
over
them.
to Native. Y'all come over to Native Tribe, and we might have a live at any given time. I
Yeah.
just be the most random lives in the world, and they all are good. So y'all come on by.
You know what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Native, he had tricked us all one day and had that he was going live. So everybody is sitting there, at 9 o'clock, 9:30 rolls around. Everybody's still sitting there waiting on Native. And I'm like, well, I got stuff to do. So then I came back. And I think just when I came back, he was coming on. What was that? 10, 10:30, 11, 12?
Yeah, it was late, but look, my StreamYard is on the job training. Okay, I'm learning the thing. Okay, so y'all got to be a little patient. Give me a little grace. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Native,
learning this thing.
I'm with you, buddy, because it's still so awkward to me to just be sitting up there talking by myself, because I'm I love coming up here and conversing with you guys, and thank you so much for all inviting me to your panels when you have them, but it's still like very, very awkward to me to like just talk alone. So, and I'm have to look at the chat too. That's and I haven't gotten to the point where I popped out this laptop and just started doing the screen sharing stuff, and I saw how much trouble Legacy Moon had, and I used to be very tech savvy, but I'm not that great anymore. So I feel you. It's a little difficult. This is on the job training, so I just tell people like, you bear with me, okay? Please do. And then people try to weirdos try to come up on your panel, trying to spam your chat and stuff. And I dare not talk about Wade Wilson because I know that the weirdos are going to come out.
Yeah, to me, it seemed like a little bit of a challenge, though. See, so I look at it a whole different way. Like, oh, y'all weirdos gonna come over here? Okay, I got something for you. So I kind of look at it the opposite way. Look, I might just do some weight. See, this is how I go back and forth. I might just do some weight now that you said that. You finna come to my channel, punk me.
Zav girl, she did a live, and she said it had gotten taken down. And she was trying to fix it, but she didn't know why it was taken down. And I believe it was the live where y'all was telling me that they were saying his supporters were saying some racist things in the chat. And that's probably the one that got taken down. Because when I looked for it, I didn't see it. And then when she did the video saying her live got taken, I was like, oh, okay, that's the live that got taken down.
Look at here, Wade's widows, Wade's witches. Y'all gotta relax. The man has gotten sentenced to the penalty, okay? The ultimate penalty.
He sure did.
He has been unrepentant. I hope I'm saying that word right. He's not shown any mercy or any sort of sorrow for the victims. He has been convicted, and he was smirking. Sorry, go ahead.
The thing of it is I don't like the fact that, okay, you told your father that you did it. Then you told him over the phone that you did it. And I believe he admitted to the police that he did it. So then all of a sudden we have this traumatic brain injury. And if y'all have not seen that video of the deposition that doctor did, it is on my channel, and I am here to tell you, you will not believe. Now, my sister, she don't like, if my videos are over 20 minutes, she's complaining, right? She stood up and watched every bit of that one with the doctor's deposition, and she was sitting up there. She was, oh, he's dead. He's dead. I don't even know why they're doing it. He's dead. He's dead. This doctor killed him. This doctor killed him. And I said, well, I mean, I didn't think that the judge was going to sway anyway. But It was horrible. My sister said, "Is he a doctor? Is he a doctor for real? Is he practicing now?" Yes, yes.
Oh, some of the drunk dude.
I couldn't watch it because I was at work. I had to work in the office that day, but I was looking at the comments because I was peeking at my phone, and I was seeing people saying, "Oh, this doctor's horrible. He's horrible."
I just figured he had a couple drinks before he came in because none of that stuff made no sense. And then,
yes, he was. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say he wasn't even looking straight ahead. He kept looking down, and I was like, "Who doctor is you?" Because he was drunk. He was drunk.
Okay, but my sister, she's like, "Is he high? What's wrong with him?" But nothing is worse than the day of the hearing. We're sitting. Mind you, I'm trying to stream this live, and the doctor was late. That's what held up the hearing the first time when he went to actually do the testimony in court the next day. He was late. He got they said, I don't know if he was lost or what, but he was the reason why there was a holdup. Now I heard the reason why the judge was late coming back was because they, and I don't know if this is true, but they said that Wade supporters pulled the fire alarm. That's what they had said. I don't know if that's true.
They did.
Did they really?
Yeah, they did. They pulled the fire alarm like they was about to, I don't know why they thought that was going to stop them from oh, the fire alarm got pulled, y'all. Let Wade go. Just uncuff him right now. I mean, I don't know what the strategy was, but okay, fine. They still went ahead and did it. But yeah, that happened. That actually happened.
No, now in Harmon, let me tell you something. I am not going to let you get away with that. She says Tashima may need glasses or bifocals. It got nothing to do with her speech.
Or an English class. Or, or a book.
In my native voice, a see and say.
See and say. Cow goes moo. Maybe that's...
Yo, you know when I was little, I used to get those. My parents, they bought me the speak and spell. I think there was a 1 and a 2, and there was a math and spell. That's what she needs.
Yeah.
I do have a quick question about that, doctor. Was it like that? Did you guys watch the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case?
No.
Okay, so long story short, Amber Heard really didn't have she countersued Johnny Depp, and there was more proof that she was the abusive one, right? So she was trying to say that she had all these mental health issues, so she agreed to do a mental health evaluation. And Johnny Depp had this he's got the bread to pay and get a very studied and learned doctor who's got accolades and whatnot. And she sat down. Amber Heard sat down for a deposition, not deposition, but for this interview. She did this test. She did the DSM-5 or whatever, and she got diagnosed with I forgot. It's basically she's a narcissist. Long story short. So her team couldn't. Johnny Depp would not. He didn't agree to sit down because he just didn't want to. He didn't sit down with it. They tried. He's like, no, I'm not doing it, because the only reason why she sat down is because she was claiming pain and suffering or whatever. So they got the weirdest doctor. This is the only one that they could find that would agree, that would look. He used Johnny Depp's movies as models to diagnose his behavior.
It's called acting.
He was exactly, and he the way his behavior up there, it's kind of we thought he was drunk or on some medication, on that good stuff, on the book of sugar, because he was up there, he was making those weird facial movements and eyes and looking around, and then they were asking him questions, and he didn't like the questions that Johnny Depp's lawyers were asking, so he's asking the judge, do I have to answer that? And the judge is like, you have to answer questions, sir. So I I think that with Wade's attorneys, they probably didn't have. They found the only like doctor who would put their license on the line and just say, okay, well this is what it is,
As
as
much as
long as they're
he
getting
was
paid.
charging, for that. Now, Succeeding 2 said, do y'all think Tashima speaks like Hinyard? Are you talking about Tiffany? Oh, Tiff?
Girl,
Wait, that's not too far off. Wait, have you ever heard that lady talk?
allegations as it relates to
Right.
as it relates to my coffee pot. Uh, Keith Freeman, as it relates to Keith Freeman, you fired. As it relates to doing stuff for my I love my people. Got the love on the people.
It ain't that far off. It ain't that far
We
off.
I mean,
as it relates to
now that she brought it up, yes, I do.
as it relates to we doing cooking with Tiff. Yeah, Tiff, cause we're gonna show you how to make meatloaf. Cause I got these boxes. She was giving out food boxes today, y'all, in the hot air sun with meat in there and eggs.
Yeah.
Come get you a box, yeah, y'all. I'm never gonna stop loving on the people.
Yeah, she's somewhere with her, for real. Somewhere.
Did y'all see the latest Amazon bill? 32. I want to know what she's buying from Amazon. $32,000 in a day. And I think $5,000. I don't know if that was at the Target or the Walmart, but what on earth is this woman buying? Yes, Sanders, this is the mayor.
It was closer to 40,000 because I believe I think that was Amazon Prime Day.
No. I'm saying again because at the Thornton
again.
At the Thornton, yes, it was 42.
Oh, the one that the news people got.
Yes, and you know when Lori Lightfoot did that, that was for the village, them people. Well, this $32,000 Walmart thing, that was for the Thornton. So those were not even the same bill.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say. I think I think she need to go to jail for a bunch of reasons. I think she's stealing, obviously, and I think that some of them weaves and them wigs ain't really hitting either. So I think that should be a charge.
Her wigs and weaves. I told you I don't wear wigs and weaves, but I know a bad one when I see one. And those weaves are not on hit when she does those little whatever the Farrah Fawcett curls.
Yeah.
The the flip or whatever it is. But her hair looked better than when she was a trustee. When at least she was doing like the deep waves, the crimps. It looked a little bit better. Her weave looked better then because she was doing the ghetto blonde then. She now that okay, these narcissistic people it fascinate me. Just because of my experience and having a history of abuse because it helps me understand. She's another just like Ernest, another kind of true narcissist. Did y'all see the meeting that they had on Thursday, or was it yesterday or day before yesterday? I'm not. It was another meeting that she had where she just spent like 30 or 40 minutes just going off talking about herself and how great she is.
Is that the one she walked out of?
No, this just happened either yesterday or the day before.
She walked out of one too this week.
That there was one with the trustees were in attendance and they were trying to give so maybe that was are you referring to the one last week where they were putting a credit card in her name?
Yes, that's it.
So no, this is a different one. So she wanted to have a meeting. They wanted to call a meeting to vote in the things because they were going to table some of the stuff from last week and come back today. And then the trustees said, no, we're not going to have a meeting. So they didn't have a quorum to be able to call the meeting. So none of them, there wasn't enough people there to vote it in. So what she did, she straight up told the residents, I'm going to talk at y'all and there's not going to be any commentary. And one of the older white gentleman who always comes up and like gets at her, tells her off and gets at her with his wife. He said, "Why can't we ask you any questions?" She said, "There's if you don't, that you don't want to be here, there's the door."
Wait a minute. I got to do these comments. First of all, I don't know who Bank was talking about when she said they need a period and a comma. I don't know if that was Tiff or Tashima. I don't know which one of she was referring to, but you are absolutely right.
Probably both of them.
It doesn't matter which one, because you're right. No matter whichever one you're speaking of. And Jay Vickers, I'm not queuing up no more videos. You see, last time I got kicked out and kicked my own self out. And let me see. So what did Succeeding to? She said, "Oh no, the Bible lady." Now I can't find the comment, but I know what it says. Now Bible lady is a resident of Florida, and as a resident of Florida, she would like a refund on that testimony that doctor had given, that neurologist had given for Wade Wilson. She wants a refund. So y'all what's his name, DeSanto, whatever his name is over there. Y'all let them know she needs her money back. And I agree.
I totally agree. I totally agree. Everybody should get some money.
I mean, I want money back just because I sat through it. I sat through that whole thing. I mean, like,
it gave me confidence, though. It gave me confidence that I could be a doggone doctor if he a doctor too. Let me go try again.
Houston Foodie said Tashima used one period and one comma on those last texts. One, not three, not four, but one of each. One of each.
Yeah, I be done got on my own nerve, honestly. I be done got on my own nerve if I talk like that.
Native, have you read the text messages from the most recent drop of text messages?
For Nesto and them?
No, yeah, well, yeah.
No, I have not. I haven't had a chance to. I'm scared of what it's gonna say. Because if one of these motherfuckers mention me, I'm going off. Okay, if they talk about somebody writing letters about them on the internet, I'm going off. I'm going off on all of them. Because
so if y'all ever see anything where Sonya's doing a visit, a phone call, or a text message where she says this dude, y'all know who she's talking about.
Yeah. Call me some dude. How you gonna call me some dude? Your little zesty ass. You better sit down somewhere calling me some dude.
Well, as it relates to the text messages between Ernest and Sonya on the newest drop, Sonya is a little more communicative and her text messages are longer now that she found out about Tashima. When V went and ratted on Nesto, bitch got spooked. It's like she thought she was getting kicked out of her spot of the bottom B.
Well, because she for so long, she thought Shirley's gone. She's the only one. She's doing it all. Well, now she got somebody else to help her do it, and she's not liking it.
Well, she said that last summer.
A Bank is waiting to see the trailer for the movie. Native.
Man.
Native, yay, do it.
Man, look, I'm telling you, you want to talk about hot? That boy gonna be mad at me. That boy gonna be mad at me. Because when I do it, I'm gonna do it. Trust me.
Native, I kind of did like a mock trailer. It's like I was not even a short. I just did something with AI. I put in like just the content, and I kind of did something like that, but it's got white people in it, so it don't relate to Nesto. Like,
I mean, it can relate to Sonya if it's got white folks in it, because she's like 3.3% black and 98.82. She like numbers. 98.82% white. So yeah, she She could really pull it off. Hold on.
You know,
Who said that she said something about some guy? Hold on. I read the comment. Hold on. You know I perked up, right? Hold on. Who said she said something about a guy reading? Hold on. I'm see, Sonny gonna make me come over to Cobb County and find her. Hold on, let me see. Let me find out. That's all I'm saying. Let me find out.
A lady, I had put on my community wall that Steve Harvey had a biopic coming out, and she also says, I wonder if Shirley's drama will be in it. But let me tell you, I saw that and I put it up on my community wall. And when I tell you the comments I got, what nobody interested, nobody is here for. And how, okay, so if y'all haven't seen Native's teaser, you got to go over there, because I'm always referring to Steve Harvey as Mr. Potato Head. When I hit that video and I saw that Mr. Potato Head, I said, no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Wait, but tell me it didn't match the voice. Tell me it didn't match the voice.
Oh my God.
Look, when y'all don't understand, when I be doing this stuff, I be making my own self laugh. That's how I know it's funny, because I be laughing myself. When I went back and looked at that before I uploaded it, I was like, yes, indeed. Yeah, no, I nailed him. I nailed it. I nailed it. Yeah, absolutely.
Native, did you guys, during lockdown, did you guys watch what was the battle show that they did between the groups? Versus when Steve Harvey did Earth, Wind, and Fire and the Isley Brothers.
That's one I missed.
I didn't see that one, no.
So Steve Harvey hosted. He made it all about him. So I don't know if you're familiar with the comedian Godfrey. Mm-hmm. Godfrey did a mock of Steve. They did basically a parody of Steve, because all he talked about back in 1972. Right. Godfrey does a great impression of Steve Harvey too. He said 70. And he had like a fake cigar too. It's about you. It's about Ryan Eyes. It's not about me no more. It's not about me. But I had a woman back in 1976. I'm gonna find that video. I'm gonna put it in the back chat, because that is like, I watched that a million times, because it's basically they got Earth, Wind, and Fire, and they were getting tired of him.
Native, you know what? We could do an audio book, right? And we could just have Victor DeVille do all the voices.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, I know what I was gonna ask you. I don't know whomever, if you guys have, I don't know if everyone has had a chance to meet Miss Tashima. I would love to just kind of give you a sentence, and I want to show you an example of a sentence that Miss Tashima does. Is that okay with you, Legacy?
Not a problem.
Okay. This is a sentence. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Wait a minute. If I said anything offends you, blame it on my mind, not my heart. LOL. I be honest, I admired your son, and Dion, you can hear the love they have for you. Your son admires you. Remember, you told me I was tripping, or remember you showed me how to do X, Y, Z. Also weren't afraid to hold you accountable. That is how Miss Tashima types.
Okay, so I'm finding out in the chat, according to In Harmon, you do Sonya. I don't think I've ever heard you do Sonya. I don't think.
I'll give you an example. So I'm finally resting for the day. It seems I was nonstop since 3 p.m. Ugh. Most days are not this busy. This week is important and I need to focus on things. LOL. Ordering glasses for you.
When? Monday?
Right, on Monday.
Because it's only Monday. That's when things
happen. Monday or tomorrow. So Sorry, I'm late with this response. Not on your behalf. It's legal on something else. Thanks. I'm trying to see how it grow or cut off. On the fence. Plus the color is not right yet. Love seeing you. I'm here for you.
Wait a minute. What are we talking about? Is this her? Are we talking about hair color? The color of what is she talking about?
Girl, she talking about. What did he ask her? I don't know. I don't know. What did he say? Are you? What did he tell this? I'm just gonna read the sentence. He said, "Your hair look marvelous."
Marvelous.
He don't know that damn word.
Spell it.
Right. Just like how he spelled Overton, Owens. Bank wants the link.
I got it. It'll come up in a second. There we go.
Yeah. When he said OVERTON. I think it's Owens. And Dion had to correct him. Owens daddy. Owens daddy.
Hey, Bank.
Hey, everyone. Listen,
Hey, Bank.
I'm telling you, I dropped it earlier, but I'm serious. The AI software I use, it literally quits when I put Tashima in. It just says, I don't know what you want. It's a struggle.
We weren't programmed for this. We were programmed for black people, for white people, okay?
They
And the
made the
sad part
computer
is,
quit.
yeah, the software quits. And listen, now when I go back and do Nesto, where I used to struggle, it actually makes sense. Tashima has like rearranged my brain.
Yeah, no,
Nesto actually makes sense.
yeah, nah, she on another level with it. Like she on a whole other level. She like, hold on, I'm gonna throw some God in here, capital G. I'm gonna do the whole thing. I'm gonna let Nesto know where I'm coming from. Leave that devil alone. Go on, call Dre. Go on, call Dion. Them your people. Leave that devil alone. That's what she bringing to the table, and she ain't putting no punctuation in it.
Listen, somebody in my comments, and they were really nice, and I had to really take that in. They were like, well, maybe she's just writing in text, when you're on the phone. I would go with that. However, because I am transcribing them and I'm looking at them, no, it's just bad English. It's just bad. It's bad.
It's horrible.
Literacy is challenging. And, I'm going to get a little, hopefully not too deep, but my niece, she just took her 4-year-old to pre-K, and her kids are very smart. And I say that as a great auntie, not just because they are her kids, but they are very bright. I tell her all the time, we ain't seen no kids come through this family like this. But, it's funny because she used to be what's called a paraprofessional, and she used to get kindergartners in at the time. Her oldest, who's now 10 years old, he was like 3 or 4. No, he was 4. No, he was 3. And she was a paraprofessional, and she would get these kindergartners in that were 5 and didn't know how to spell their names, their colors, their ABCs. And her son knew all of that. And that's why, it's real. Illiteracy is really real in this country. And Nesto and Tashima, listen, we got to break those generational curses. So if anybody's listening at this late hour, you got some kids or grandkids, read to those babies, please, and correct them. My mother used to always correct our bad English.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Let me tell you something.
If you got some grandmamas and some granddaddies like Nesto and Sylvia, and they can't read to them too, well, don't just put it on the churn. Let's try to get these old folks to read too.
You're right.
Because if you ever heard Sylvia read, boy, it'll make you want to go back to school. I promise you. I was like, hold on, let me sign up for some courses in something, because she just making me feel bad about myself right now. Lord,
you leave her alone. She got 3 degrees, so leave her alone.
Yeah, when she said that, and then I hear her, because she messes up the super chats, and she misses words, and I understand some people. I'm dyslexic, so I get that some people, you may miss some things, but she does it all the time, and it just, some of the stuff that she mispronounces, like, ma'am, that's a sight word. How you messing up a sight word?
Right. And that's why I don't give her a pass on this. English is not her first language. I don't hear an accent. She's been here long enough. She's been around here long enough to know how to speak correctly.
Look,
to read.
I want her to put an S on the end of things that have S's. That's all I want. That's all I'm asking for. It's Williams. I want that S there.
She don't want
I
it.
have. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Native.
She don't want it though. She said it ain't necessary. We ain't got to put S's on everything.
Y'all, and they are up in here. Jay Vickers starting stuff again. What her favorite calls is when Nesto was trying to tell Shirley about connect. Not connect, but connect.
Shirley was wrong.
Leaving out numbers.
Shirley was wrong. She knew.
He gave her 9 numbers to call.
Are you saying connect, hun? Yeah. Yeah, it's CONNCIT. Now, when he first did that, y'all can't tell me that y'all ain't paused. You can't tell me that y'all ain't paused for a quick second and say, hold on. CON.
I respelled it in my head like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I did too. No, hun, you didn't give me enough numbers.
No, hun, there's not enough. That would have said on the board. That would have said on the board.
That's what I got. That's all. That's what I got.
I wrote it down off the board. That would have said.
They wrote it down wrong.
But hun, you know that numbers are 10. That would have said on the board. This had to have been a low light for Shirley. It had to been. Hold on, hun. Are you saying connect like me and you are connected? Yeah.
No, that's just like the Christmas video when he got his name right. That's right. That's what I do to the kids.
Or I've never heard you speak like that or use words like that, hon.
You don't use them with me.
He got a dictionary. Was it dictionary?
I got it. See what I got is a encyclopedia.
Yeah, there you go. Encyclopedia.
Well, hun, just keep going.
Shirley was wrong. See, that was her way of getting back at him. I don't care what anybody say.
You're such a good writer, hun.
Well, that's incredible. That's incredible, hun.
That way, you don't talk to me like that, hun.
Girl, can you imagine just hearing the way he talks the song and the way he he flim-flammed her and her friends are listening to this because we know Mississippi Monica and listen to it. Gary messy ass and listen to it.
I would too.
I would listen to it too. I mean, at this point right now, you got to giggle from it.
Let me tell you.
It could be my sister, and I would listen to it.
I'm not an aesthetic person. Like when I meet a guy or something, that my first thing is not, oh, they look good. Now, there ain't nothing wrong with a man looking good, but that's just not my first go-to. If you open up your mouth and you cannot form a complete sentence, I have no interest. My brain just shuts down. There is no way that man would have been able to talk to me. Because after probably the first 3 sentences, I'd say, oh, no. And I would keep it cute and slightly and politely walk away. He was
now Legacy Moon, were you around for Vicky's definition of a do boy? Vicky will explain it to you. That it actually made everything make sense.
Well, tell us. What's a do boy?
A do boy is somebody you just have around to just do your bidding, do your things for you. He's there to basically a step and fetch. He does every single thing that you do. Like he opens your car door, he drives you around, he makes sure your coffee is hot, he refills your cup. He rubs your feet and makes sure that nobody messes with you. He was her do boy. She just he was a married do boy, and they just got they didn't got no license, but he just does everything she needs him to do. That's just her do boy. That's what she want. I think that she wanted a do boy after her first marriage didn't work out. And that she had a bad relationship before that, according to her biography. So he's there to do for her, to do everything she says to do, or to anticipate. He's basically a personal assistant.
Right.
That's it.
Go Roro thought I was going to say if you open your mouth and don't have any teeth. We can improve that. If you open your mouth, you don't have teeth. We can buy you some, but
we can buy you some teeth.
Yeah, if you can't speak, that's just all she wrote for me.
So I've said this before, and I think it bears repeating. So how long have Shirley and Steve worked together? Like 20 years now? Is that accurate?
Something like that.
So she has sat next to the countryest Negro in the world and listened to him talk for day over day over day, morning show over morning. Shirley, now Shirley, me and Marjorie went, oh, Steve. So see, over all that time, Shirley has adapted to Steve country ass. So when she met Nesto and he was like, yeah, we going down there to the corner store, she was like, oh, Nesto, because she has been trained subconsciously to be attracted to and sit next to and be close to the countryest nigga that she can find. So I think that bears something to do with it too, because if you listen to Steve and Nesto, the only difference is that one bounces checks and the other one is Steve Harvey.
I can't figure out, because my people come from Ohio on my dad's side. I cannot for the life of me, and I've been all through Ohio, I have not met anybody who sounds like Steve Harvey coming from Ohio. Why does he talk like that? There's nobody. Arsenio Hall is from Cleveland. He don't talk like that.
He sure don't. He sure don't.
I think Steve hams it up. I think he honestly hams it up for the public. He likes to come off as Otay, like as a kind of buckwheatish, but like a classy buckwheat. And I think Ernest kind of tried to emulate himself after Steve, just like Shirley tried to emulate Marjorie. I'm
gonna tell y'all something. Now everybody talks about the call where Shirley said when she was talking about Marjorie treating them as the help and all that kind of stuff. I don't see anything. I don't see it as wanting to emulate. I mean, I would love to have a house with a gym and a spa. I would love that too. Will I see one in my lifetime? Probably not, but that's what I would love to have that. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And I don't look at it as you want to emulate that person. I just think that, it's something that you desire. I mean, imagine you don't have to go out to the gym. You can go and then do your workout and sit in the sauna and then go to your bedroom and have a nice shower in some seats that lay down and recline. I mean, I would love it.
You know what? It's goals. It's whenever Marjorie divorces him, she's gonna she put in that work. She put in that time because we know what's gonna happen. So, but it's the hustle. So she's setting herself up in a way where she knows that she's gonna get a major amount of money. I didn't see anything wrong with the call personally. It's the fact that Marjorie is Steve's, he puts her up on a pedestal above everyone. So the fact that she even mentioned Marjorie, that she was even talking about Marjorie don't want to be talked about, but yet somebody's giving their honest opinion on although it's a public essentially a public forum. You're in jail, the calls are recorded. She's talking to her husband and that's how she feels. That should be something to say to Marjorie. Like she treats us like we're the help. That's something Steve needs to address with Marjorie.
But the irony is, to me, at least from the lens that I look through it, yeah, Marjorie is goals, I guess. Well, I mean, some people would, but I know the kind of lifestyle that she had to put in to get to where she's at, even with Steve, and even honestly with Steve's money, I just can imagine that big lip, bald headed man anywhere near me. To be quite honest, I find him actually repulsive. I know that's kind of hard, but also is that Shirley has a class and a level. She wasn't as smart, but she could have been. And so for me, I look at, when I look at Steve and Marjorie, I don't envy them. I just know that she's one of those girls. I guess because she's just a few years younger than me, and I know what she had to do in the 80s and 90s, and the things that she had to go through to get to this quote unquote level. And I also know Steve is stuck in that. I hate to say it, but it's the colorism, it's the it kind of reminds me of what these athletes do and these celebrities, what a lot of the athletes do, because I could never understand love and basketball. Those women look to me like they look like women in drag. I'm just gonna be quite honest. But this whole pass around culture, I just don't get that. And
Wait,
sure, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to cut you off. What are you talking? Marjorie was with one of the top drug
Right,
dealers
a
over
drug
there.
lord.
No, but the price you have to pay. I don't want to be a drug lord's woman. I know.
Well, I don't
This is
either,
me.
because
But she chose that life.
No, I
hey,
get that. No, I get what you. Let me finish. What I'm saying for me, that's what I said through my lens. I knew what the price you have to pay. Listen, I was around girls who were dealing with big time, and I've been around big time, and I see that you had to number one put up with them possibly, somebody can come kicking the police can come kicking your door at any moment. That somebody can come and rob you with real guns at any moment, or I'm just saying though the danger is still there even for the trophy woman. I
But
just
those are
like
choices, though, she
yeah. Oh, I
made.
don't know. I know their choices. That's why I was saying for me, I don't admire how she got to the top. I mean, I admire it from the sense of that's the path that she chose. But for me, even if I was given that opportunity, I would have been like, nah. I'll just go. I'll go to work. And I'm serious. I'm serious because I did have that chance, and I was like, no, I ain't built for this. That's all I'm saying. I ain't built for the Marjorie lifestyle.
we have succeeding two up
Yeah,
here,
I
but
hear
now
her lovely voice.
before we get her in the mix, go Roro. Yes, I did see the video of Marjorie going down the water slide, and the whole internet was clowning her because her hairline is kind of a ways back there. Now, what I don't understand, with as much money as she does have, why she doesn't have anything for that. I mean, I don't know. But when you read that's what I wanted to ask you, Bank. How old is that woman? Because did you say
Isn't she 60?
Is she
I don't
60? I don't,
Or
I
close
never
to?
really looked it up,
I want
honestly.
to say she's 60 or close to.
Let me look it
let
up.
me
I'll
look
do
it
the Googles. Yeah.
up. Okay.
That's good. That's a good question.
Yeah.
Marjorie, I think she's like 60. She's got to be like 61 or 62.
Yeah, no,
Let's see.
she's in that range.
She was born in 64.
Yeah, so she's 60.
Okay, 60. But still, I mean, that's just 7 years older than me. That kind of puts her what I said is that she would have been older than me in the 90s, but like I said, I knew, listen, even as a police officer before my life of being, I was always a law abiding citizen, but being on that side of the aisle, I grew up in the neighborhood. I have a large family. My mother's the second oldest of 17. I've seen money and how it's been made out there. And I'm just saying, for me, I would have picked Shirley's path over Margie's path. I guess that's what I was trying to say. So for
Yeah.
Shirley, to kind of, want or possibly want what Marjorie has, I can kind of see that. But I can also say,
She
you know
she
what?
cut it she cut it close several times because she could have went down with her exes. She
Yeah,
could have
yeah.
easily went down. Just how they like to do with kingpins and queenpins. They get everybody associated with them. So she cut it close. I wouldn't want that kind of just that kind of trouble. Like you said, I would be like Shirley. The only thing with difference with Shirley is that as she grew up, got up in the ranks, I would have been asking for more money.
That's
Yeah.
true.
And Marjorie chose two men that were, in that profession.
Mm-hmm.
And then keep in mind, in addition to choosing the two women, when Steve had the previous mistress, she was in that mix too, because the previous mistress, Terry, talks about Marjorie in her book.
Mm-hmm. So
I
wait a
have
minute. Mistress wrote a book? What
I'm,
are you
I'm,
talking about? Her?
I'm sorry?
So a mistress wrote a book about Marjorie or Steve?
Only a couple of copies. He stopped it before the book was
Oh, you talking
published.
about
And
her ex?
this,
Okay.
yep, and this was the woman after, like with Mary, that she was seeing, and this person, he had been taking care of her and everything, and left her high and dry after he was done. and she wrote a book. And in that book, she talks about Marjorie coming to meet with her and everything. She wanted to know what she acted like she was.
You cutting out.
Let me just say this while she's adjusting her microphone. I have a picture. I'm gonna look for it and put it on my community wall. Steve has gone as far back with Marjorie, back when he was not as big as he is now, and wearing the 27 piece on his head. You know, like Showtime at the Apollo days, or a little bit before that. I have a picture of the two of them in a hot tub together, and you can look at the picture and see how dated it is. So she's been in that man's life for a long time,
but he knew what he had to do to get her. And it's funny because in my opinion, I've seen this too with not on this level, but a really close friend of mine. But actually, she used to be my best friend. I saw her now husband upped his game like within months because he wanted her. And it's amazing what a man would do for a woman he really wants.
But it wasn't so much that he upped his game. It was Mary helping him and meeting with the different athletes that she met with and starting the comedy club. And that is what elevated him.
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, look, I don't take anything away. Look, I always say this. That's why I've kind of taken this stance, succeeding now in my life. I'm gonna do for me. I don't worry about like what's going on with the politics in the world. No. I ain't taking on that burden anymore because we are problem solvers inherently, and I'm tired of everybody looking to us to solve the problem. So, if you look at every successful man, I think it holds true. You see a good woman behind him.
Right.
And it's like, it's time for us to start doing this for ourselves. But yeah, I think, his his second wife was married to second wife, right?
Second, or possibly third, based on when they did a deep dive.
My grandma had always told me, you lose them like you get them. So very much so, like Marjorie was a mistress, Mary was a mistress to the wife.
But do you remember how Mary found out she was a mistress?
No, how?
She found out with her joking with the mom, calling them one day, them living together, and
her phone cutting out. Let me tell you, Succeeded has all the tea. She needs to start a tea channel.
Said, we're talking about getting married, and that's when the mom said, well, how are you all going to get married when he's already married?
Ooh.
And he had the twin at the time. He left that first wife. She was pregnant and had the twins.
Yeah. I did hear that he left her when she was pregnant. Now, Jay Vickers seems to think that Native is up here lonely, like a fly on the wall, with us ladies surrounding and talking.
No, y'all are good. I'm listening. I'm learning. I'm listening about, like this is how I learn. I'm just listening.
Bible lady said you went to sleep, Native.
I'm just listening. I am not asleep. I am sitting here attentively listening to these beautiful Black women express themselves, which I love. So please continue. If I get to the man part, I'll break it.
He's taking notes for that next letter.
I was gonna say he's writing his next letter about us.
Well, since we have Native's attention, how do you feel about this, Native? Men who cheat on their wives.
To me, so look, as a single male, it's insulting. Okay, so let me get this straight. You found somebody that want to be with your ass, and now all of a sudden you're trying to find somebody else? No, hell no. That's just absolutely disrespectful. I didn't grow up in a cheating household. My dad went to work and he came home and he went to sleep, and then he did that until his day off. That's what he did. My mama went to the store. They did stuff together. They did stuff together, but my dad didn't have the energy to cheat. He worked too hard. So I just feel like these dudes ain't got hard at their job because they got all this extra energy and shit. Once you just go home and go to sleep. So,
but I still to work.
Good answer.
Look, my dad went to work. He was at work. and he worked at the jail, so it was verifiable that he was at work. So,
Right.
He's a corrections officer.
yes, he was. Yes, he was. Escambia County. Yes, he was for 21 years, my entire life. So he got the job when I was born, and then he retired from the Army. Started working there in '76, and then he worked there until I was 21. And when I was 21, he retired again. So he had 2 retirements.
He had to work to take care of you.
Well, I mean, I was, look, I was something else. So, but no, I feel like it's men that cheat, but as everything I've been through, women have cheated on me. So to me, it's less of a gender thing and more of a thing about a void to fill. Because I feel like when you cheat, if you're content with something, right, you don't need anything else. But if you constantly have a void to fill for whatever reason, for whatever trauma or whatever happened to you in your childhood, maybe you saw your parents cheat on each other, whatever. But whatever void you have to fill, whether you are a man or a woman, you're going to cheat. It is not inherent to any one particular gender. Now, when it comes to men, I feel like in a city like the one I'm in right now, which is Atlanta, of course, then I feel like because there are so many options that a lot of guys don't understand how to be content and how to understand that, the person that they're with is the person that they need. Or if the person that they're with isn't the person that they need, how to find the person that they need and leave this person alone so that they can go and find the person that they need. I think that they don't really understand any of that part of it. So me myself, I'm a monogamous one woman man like Dave Hollister. I'm all of that. And I think that that's rare because a lot of us didn't see that coming up. I did, and I was fortunate for that. And I appreciate my parents for showing me that what a healthy, non-dysfunctional household looks like. So of course, by that being my role model or the example that I saw, then that is the goal that I seek.
It's funny that you say that because I'm starting to hear other people's stories and I kind of sift through my life. And you know what? A lot of us grew up with law abiding, not necessarily religious because my parents weren't, but faithful parents. My parents was a great role model for me, and actually, I'd say my dad is probably the reason why I never married because he passed away when I was 22, and I'm telling you, I always even felt after that if I could not bring this man home to my dad if he was alive, then he's not the man for me. So he is a standard by which I judge other men, and I think it's actually kind of unattainable. So there's like a double-edged sword for me. I don't have those daddy issues, but the daddy issue, if you want to call it a daddy issue, is that he set a standard.
He
so
set a
high.
bar so high.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, do you think that's where Sonia, that's where we see with her bar being so low with the issues she has with her father.
Right. I agree. That's what I'm saying is that, a lot of the girls that I even one of my neighbors, her father died before she was born. And I remember her saying, I don't know, it's probably about 20 years ago, but she was saying that she always looked at my dad as, what a man should do. But she still didn't get the full effect because because I never had that drama. I had an ex-boyfriend try to tell me one day my skirt was too short and my dad was still alive then. And I was living at home. I said, I walked out the door. My daddy didn't say nothing to me. So I ain't got, you can't tell me nothing. If he didn't say nothing, then you can't tell me nothing.
Right.
Absolutely. And I think and in some of the women that I've dated, I've noticed, and when you're young, you don't pay any attention. You're not looking at patterns or anything. But after you get about 30 or so, you start to try to figure out what's going on and you start to look back. And when I look at some of the women that I've dated, I realize that me having both of my parents, the women that it did not work out with didn't. There was never a father. So it was like we were kind of not really evenly yoked because the things that they saw and experienced or understood to be love or what they understood to be, how a relationship is supposed to work was different than mine. And I look back on that and I was like, that was kind of a pattern that a lot of these women did not grow up with their fathers. And the way that they acted in the relationship kind of reflected that, or they either didn't have their fathers or their father was abusive. I did date a woman whose father did molest her when she was a child. And that was just an experience in itself. And when it didn't work, I was less mad because I understood why it wouldn't, because of those unresolved traumas that she had.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that on that same thing, we as men have to understand when we do things, when we say things, when we do that, this affects a child, whether it's a girl or a boy, but in most cases a girl, it affects the way that she sees the way she's loved. And her perception of love is completely changed by the actions that we take, which is why I'm so, like, I have so much disdain for a Nesto who just runs around and just does whatever he thinks that he does and thinks that it doesn't affect anybody. When it does, it affects people deeply, you know, when you are that type of predator. So, you know, my own experiences in dating and in, you know, these things, I'm completely prepared to be, you know, that guy. I'm completely prepared to be that guy to somebody that, you know, that would have me.
You
Put
know
it
what
like,
pisses me off about Nesto is that him coming out his mouth about not signing a prenup. Negro, you slept with everything with two legs and space in between. What are you talking prenup? On top of the fact that you weren't even divorced from your other wife when you married
Right.
this one, then you going around sticking it to everybody you see with liquid V and mask and dildos. And you want to talk about a prenup? I don't think so. I did not like that.
yeah, no.
Bible lady said you're native Van Zet.
I could never fix anybody's life.
Yeah.
I could never fix
Yeah.
anybody's life.
Native, I'm with you. Like, my father did abuse me, my biological father. I put it that way. Because I have another kind of, I have my mom's ex was, I consider him my dad, and now that I'm 8 years, and because of that I drink, and I'm 8 years sober now, and at the age of, let's say, 41, I'm like, you know what, I still have issues that I maybe some intimacy issues that I don't want to carry on into relationships, because
Mm-hmm.
I went the opposite. I was I would just deep dive into the relationship and make it all about that person.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't I would give in a lot, and I just give them whatever they wanted and do things that made me uncomfortable and so forth. So I now that I know I know that I'm like sassy, and I know that I have some attitude with me now that I'm older, and I've had the experience of various relationships. I just don't think it's fair for me, like, if everything I guess this person's probably not productive either. I think if everything's not resolved,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's fair for me to dive into a relationship with somebody and bring any sort of issues with them. And I know it's getting harder now too, because, like, once you hit like 35, 40, you considered an old maid when you're not married,
Mm-hmm.
like, and they're looking at you crazy if you say no, like, I don't, I'm not interested, or because men really do look at you crazy when I'm like, I don't want to give you my phone number, or I don't, I'm not interested, I'm not looking to date anybody. They look at you like, like something's wrong with you. I'm like, I just don't want to. I don't think it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I have something that I like being. I'm comfortable being single right now because I'm still working on myself. So
Right.
I don't want to, bring anything into this, because if I if something that you do triggers me, you may not be as understanding as maybe my exes have been.
Right.
So, like, because there may be times where you may grab me the wrong way, and I freak out, and then
Right.
you think I'm this crazy weirdo, and it's like, no, 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 I was abused, but and I've had long term relationships, like
Mm-hmm.
like serious long term relationships, and so it it take it I know God will send me the right person
Yep.
eventually. If not, maybe I'll have good friends, and just have that's my family, and I have my family around me. So maybe that's my destiny. I don't know. I want to find someone eventually. I'm not looking, But of course, I miss like I miss some intimacy. I do miss like cuddling and things like that. But I just don't think it's fair for me with my issues to bring it into another relationship. And I know that maybe that I don't want to traumatize somebody with my trauma. Let me put it that way.
That takes intellect, though. You know what I mean? To know that you're wanting to put in the work, that you're wanting to do that for yourself. I think that takes a high level of intellect.
I appreciate you saying that. Because sometimes I think I'm being antisocial and unproductive.
Sometimes we do want to be, because I know I lie sometimes. I'll be, oh yeah, I'm married. Oh yeah, he in the car. You know what I mean? So sometimes
hmm
I do. Sometimes,
They
we
don't be
do.
caring, no, girl. You could
They
lie
don't.
and say they're like,
That's why he in the car.
and they peeking around to see who's here and what's going on. And,
Right.
again, there's people who are interested, and I'm just like,
Hmm.
no, I'm just not. First of all, I'm not gonna use somebody
Right.
because there are men who like, let me just take care of you. I would take care of you. I make sure you have everything, and I know they could, and it's just like, no, don't want to do that either. Don't-
And, and
so
and I think and Native will probably say there are men that are not even strong enough to handle, like you said, they're not even strong enough to handle that. Because I remember hearing on a YouTube where someone talked about that, them being in that situation, and once they shared with the particular person they were dating, that person kind of going the opposite way.
I, I, s- I understand. Well, I'm gonna say this. For me, I never told anybody what happened to me until I was in uh, kindergarten, and
Hmm.
it happened at school. I
Hmm.
did not tell anybody until 4 years ago.
Oh my
wow.
I
goodness.
never told, but it's
Wow.
never affected like any relationship for me.
Hmm.
But I'm not gonna say it doesn't affect my mind.
Right.
Mhm.
I still, I mean, the only question I have is why did that happen to me?
Yeah.
And that's what I say. And back then, I was a child of the 70s. I don't know anything about, we weren't taught stranger danger or, good touch, bad touch. We weren't taught those things. So for a very long time until I got older, I didn't even understand what had happened. But
Mm-hmm.
for whatever reason, I felt too ashamed to tell anybody what happened. And then once I got old enough to realize what happened, then I really didn't want anybody to know. I mean,
Right.
really, really. So, but it's never really affected a relationship. I don't know if it's because I was so young or if the
Mm-hmm.
fact that it was strangers, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. But I'm just grateful for that.
When I think it would affect is with if you had a girl, for instance.
You are correct because that is something that has always bothered
Mm-hmm.
me with my nieces. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't like for them to spend the night at people's
Right.
houses. I
Hmm.
didn't because of that, because
Yep.
that's when that stays on the forefront of my mind.
Yeah. Because you remember the movie with one of Tyler Perry's movies. You remember the diary. Was it the one where
No, it wasn't. It was.
which
I know
one?
which one you're talking about. Is
Yeah.
it
And she had the
Family That
children.
Prays? Family That Prays?
Um
Yeah,
was
because she had been
yeah,
molested by
right.
somebody,
By
and
her stepfather. Yep, but
yeah, because
mm-hmm.
it's the one where the sister's supposed to get married because Blair
Right.
Underwood was beating her up, and
I
then
cannot remember the name of
I
that
think
movie,
it's the
but
Somebody
Family
in the
That
yes.
chat
Prays.
said women that are loose.
No,
No.
it's not. It's
Mm-mm.
not Woman Thou
no.
Art Loose. That's
No,
TD
no, that
Jakes.
was TD. Yeah, TD Jakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the. I think it's the Family That Prays because that was Alfre Woodard and Kathy
No,
Bates.
not
No,
that.
no, 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 no.
My
Which
Lynn,
This
one?
one,
my Lynn Whitfield was in
Lynn,
it.
Lynn
yeah, Lynn
Whitfield.
Whitfield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Y'all
Yes,
have me
and
Googling.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
convoluting them. Sorry.
Yep. Oh,
Maya
that's okay.
Angelou was in there, I
Yep.
think. It's
Uh-huh.
Cicely
She was.
Tyson.
Yep. It was powerful. And you could see the reaction. She was the daughter that was not accepted, but the mom knew what happened to her.
They said Medea's family reunion.
Yes, that's
And
it.
that's it. Yep.
That's it.
Was it the
Mm-hmm.
family reunion?
Yep,
Okay.
that's
Yep.
it. Yep,
Girl,
because that's how it ended.
all his movies be just floating together. He
Because
Lord,
wait, Victor Lavelle, wait, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yes, another movie where there were bad wigs, because that one that Shamar Moore had on, that was a mess. That was a hot mess. Or was it Shamar Moore or Boris Cujo? Which one of them light-skinned men had on a bad wig in that movie?
girl, they all have on bad wigs. Shamar Moore had on a bad braid wig. It was nappy. He could have at least gave him a clean braid wig, but no, they just have a box of wigs, shake it on out, and slap it on your head, like and put the microphone in there somewhere.
But the thing, succeeding to the thing about that movie was when he had taken the kids out to get ice cream or something, and she was asleep and she woke up and she didn't see her kids and how she was just going off,
and she was checking them and remember to make sure they were okay, and then she left.
Yeah.
And he didn't understand, but because of the way he was, he was sensitive to that,
Yeah, and I kind of feel like so my story is like it went on from 3 to 12, and I can remember quite a bit of it, and we weren't able to get justice because they didn't. This was the South, they just didn't want to press charges, or they didn't want to go through with the charges. So I take, like, when I hear these kind of charges, I automatically believe, like, I automatically
And that's what Sonya pisses me off.
Yes. Yes.
I don't care if it's an adult or a child, anybody. And yes, sometimes women do go to the police and lie on men. It does happen. But I think for the most part,
it's rare.
You should be believed until it is investigated or whatever. You should be believed.
Right. It should definitely be investigated.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the patriarchal society that we live in, right? So, when a woman has to go through everything that a woman has to go through in order for somebody to believe that she's been raped, people literally in this country, in this society, are saying to women, prove it. Like, where's the video? Show me what did you have on? How did you provoke it? It's like,
exactly.
But
how were you dressed?
Right. But it indicates the society that we live in, right? Because why should a woman have to go through all that? Where if somebody breaks in my house, I don't have to provide video of them breaking in. I don't have to, provide you with footprints, and no, you'll investigate that. But when a woman is accusing somebody of SA or something like that, they have to jump through so many hoops. And don't let it be a celebrity, because if it's a celebrity now, it becomes a thing of, why are you bringing it up now? Why didn't you say something then? Why, and it's like, and we don't understand trauma. We don't understand the way that, we don't even understand the way it works, where it's not about the sex, it's about the power. And so we look at, look at her. She's not attractive enough, because Trump and Cosby said the same thing. Well, look at her. She's not attractive enough for me to do that. Well, that's not what it's about.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's baby mama.
Right. It's not a romantic type of lovemaking. No, this is forced on somebody. And and so it's about power.
Right.
And when you don't understand that, and you put women in positions where the public will ridicule them because of whatever reason, now you're causing other people who go through the same thing to not want to step forward, because who wants to go through that?
Exactly.
They would rather say, I'll just let it slide, or if it happens again or whatever. And they're not even understanding the way it's affecting them.
Exactly. Because they suffer. They suffer silently.
Let me tell you, in law enforcement, and one of the most it's still overlooked. I'm telling you, still underreported, overlooked, understood, not given a lot of credence to, but it's a lot of young boys. I actually am more scared. We've come a long way with young girls, but with young boys, we're really not reinforcing it with them. And even back in the early 2000s, I saw a case involving young boys. And let me tell you, that is, to me, is one of the biggest travesties that's going on right now. That we're not paying attention, that young boys are probably more vulnerable. And I hate to play the Olympics, the whole SA Olympics, but we're not paying. A lot of people are not paying attention. They think it's something that primarily happens to little girls. No, 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 no. Our young boys are very vulnerable, and it's very important to teach them a lot of, and actually kind of reinforcing it even to a higher degree, because I had a relative, it was a shocking moment for me, and I still can't get over it. It's a close relative. They do have some psychological issues, but they admitted to me something that they did, and I was like, get out of my house. Don't ever come this way. Don't ever go this way. And it was reported. But the point is that a young boy was one of the, the victim. And I'm like, we got to start being honest in this conversation and stop making it a joke. And that's one of the problems I have with mainstream media and what's going on with the political discourse is that, we're sweeping stuff under the rug. And that's why we continually have people like a Wade Wilson, or somebody who thinks like a Sonya. Because here's you got a 21-year-old son that's 110 pounds.
Right.
Girl,
let me tell you something. I'm gonna give you 3 examples of how this works with society. Number 1, when that girl had I need to stay away from listening to those calls. When that woman said that Usher had assaulted her, the first thing everybody did was looked at her and said, no, he didn't. Why would he do that to her? And it goes with what Native was saying. It's about power. And then my other 2 examples are, for so many years, and I can remember being a little girl, I would hear about the Reverend James Cleveland messing with little boys.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And I see when he passed away, and that one, I don't know if he gave that child HIV, but he sued the estate and won. But yet he's still regarded as this. Now, R. Kelly, we've thrown him in the trash, but the Reverend James Cleveland is still the Reverend James Cleveland. Yes, he contributed a lot to gospel music, but just let's not forget this man. And I heard this as a child. So hearing it when I got older was nothing new. And the same thing goes with, and my last example is with Bishop Eddie Long. Do you know, I'm going to fight this, the devil is a liar, and the folks is shouting in the church about taking their wigs off because they're praising him because our pastor's innocent and he's going to fight it. And what, the next day he settles?
Right.
I mean, come on. But nobody believed those guys. And it was more than one. It was several. They talked about how he started grooming them as teenagers. But everybody wants to, it's Bishop Eddie Long. He didn't do that.
Not just kids. I mean, look at the stuff with Cassie. Like, Cassie, she was forced into all that weird stuff, that horrific stuff. And he was saying, oh, it's a lie. She just trying to shake him down. And then, boom, she files a lawsuit. And what does he do? I mean, not even 24 hours. The ink wasn't even dry on the judge's stamp to file the lawsuit. And Brother Man settled for an undisclosed amount. And we know that amount was larger.
I think like when I look at everything that happens now, I think part of the problem, America is the only country that suppresses its own history. When you look at Asian countries, when you look at Indian countries, especially African countries, because in Africa, in a lot of those countries, you have the griot, who is the one that passes down the oral history. And so, but America's history we're the only country that runs from our history. Now, that's important because if you think about the lies that are spread, a lot of them are spread from mishandling of history. The idea that George Washington was brave when he was actually a coward. The idea that the Revolutionary War was about, America's freedom when it was actually about giving more money to the rich people that were establishing America. When we look at, and then bring it all the way back to slavery, where we know about, the SA that happened with Black women. But we don't talk about what happened to the Black men. We don't talk about how it was at the same rate, if not a higher clip, of R and SA with Black men as it was with Black.
Because I was going to say, it's been going on for a long time with Black men.
But if we don't, But if we don't acknowledge the history, right, then when it comes up, like you were saying before, when it comes to Black boys,
right,
you know, we think that they're safe because we don't know the history.
yeah,
And if we understood the history, then we would understand that it's not just the girls that we need to protect. We need to protect all of our children.
right. Because I went to grammar school with a young man, and everyone used to, you know how people are, they have this kid that they don't like. And with him, they used to call him all kinds of names, and they were derogatory just based on the subject that we're talking about. So him and I, we met downtown for lunch one day, and you know how you get acquainted with your friends again. And he told me as a young man, he was actually molested. So that's actually all the names that people were calling him. That's why he was acting that way, because of what was going on with him, with an older kid in the neighborhood,
right,
where he lived.
Right.
Has anybody seen the movie Doubt? It has Meryl Streep in it, Viola Davis. It's about a priest at a Catholic school, and Meryl Streep's character suspects that this priest is messing with the little Black boy that is Viola Davis's son. And so the nun has a meeting with her, and she's trying to tell Viola Davis's character, listen, you know, this is what's going on between them is not right, and this needs to be stopped. And she said, well, if he's at a school where the kids don't like him, his daddy don't like him at home because of the way he is, and if the man wants to show him some attention, let him.
Wow.
And in that moment, when I hear that, it's a very powerful scene. I thought, how many women actually think like this? And this was based in the, I think, maybe 50s and 60s. So you could just imagine what, you know, this kid, he's already having problems. He has emotional problems because of how his father treats him. And, you know, if this man wants to give special attention, let him. I mean, he even, there was one scene where the boy, he called the young man out of his out of the classroom. And then when he came back, one of the nuns was like, he smelled like altar wine. So, I mean, but it's just, and instead, and we all, I mean, the Catholic Church, y'all should be familiar.
Oh,
with
yeah,
the
we
Catholic
did
Church.
real wine.
And also we did too. And then when I got old enough for my mom to let me take communion, they switched to grape juice.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But they did real wine though.
We had real wine and bread, and then when I got old enough for communion, they changed it to wafers and grape juice. But the Catholic Church, they have a habit of moving. Instead of, you know, they send them to counseling and move them. Nothing's ever done. That's why all these people are still to this day suing the Catholic Church because of this, because it's just swept under the rug. So if they're not even taking it seriously in the church, how do they expect like the average person to take it seriously or look at it as a crime?
Right.
I don't understand.
But you know what's interesting? People like, excuse me, I got ice in my mouth. Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, Intashaka, Shange, they probably saved my childhood. I read For Colored Girls and also the Color Purple when I was in elementary school. I was a nerd. Then I got to The Bluest Eye with Toni Morrison, and I believe it was college. And because they touched on issues for me as a Black girl, as a Black woman. And it made all the difference. I was validated. You know, that's why I wish, you know, even our Black boys, like, I know, what is his name? Baldwin. Can't think of his name.
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin, the Invisible Man. Oh my God. I wish education is very important. It's super important in reading. That's why I'm really sad for me, and I have to find time to get back to reading.
Yeah.
Reading probably saved my life.
It does save. It is like it, and that's what when Native said about the history. Actually, that's the first thing that came to my mind as a daughter of a teacher is we stopped reading. Oh, how many? You know, people look how you hear our kids. What is the last book you read? I don't read. I don't like to read. That is not something that you should be advertising like it's an award that you get for not wanting to read. And I was a kid where I was like you, Bank, where I read I Know Why Cage. I told my mom I went to a garage sale, and I was like 11 or 12. And she's like, a garage sale? The neighbor was.
Ah, you went out again. While she's getting her mic together, a lady says, "Don't get me started. Why are we paying people to tell us about God? We can read."
Right, and we don't read. And so I read I Know Why Cage Birds Sing. Now, if that
I
didn't...
forgot about that, Maya Angelou. You're right.
Yeah, that hit everything, because think about it. She was told that if she told that he was going to get rid of her brother, unalive her brother. And if you remember, that's how those people handled it back then. Those uncles handled him. They handled that man that did that to her, and no one ever saw or spoke of him again.
And that's why she quit talking for a while.
Correct. That's why, because she felt like she had taken a life away.
Mm-hmm. But that's how it's supposed to be done. You know, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not advocating for violence.
It's true.
But I mean, you know, castrate them, do something. I don't know, cut it off.
The Bible said eye for eye.
Y'all remember the story in Louisiana where the dad, his son was taking like karate classes, and the karate instructor was grooming.
Oh, yeah.
And he unalived the guy
At the airport.
At the airport. That was, I mean, I don't have sympathy for them. Like, I think
I don't either.
I want to say it is Florida that implemented. There was a state recently that implemented the unaliving penalty for sex offenders.
Yeah, I don't remember what state. I remember reading that.
So I have been for that for years, because here's the thing: they can serve their sentence out. They can go do their time and blah blah blah. They're it's already programmed in their head. This is what they like. They're not going to change. They're going to keep doing it again unless you take something from them. Now, whether it's their balls or their life, you know, they're going to keep doing something. And I just think that it should be an option, because the victims are the ones that really serve the sentence.
Right, forever. Till death almost, for many.
This sticks with me forever. I mean, it's something that, you know, I know, just speaking for me specifically, I can't speak for everybody else. I know for me specifically, it does cause some issues, like with relationships. You know, I do have a mistrust of people. I don't, you know, I did have something where that's why I danced. I wanted to. I felt like I needed to go strip, to take hold of my own sexuality, and like be a strong woman. I thought that was being strong, like just things, you know, silly things like that. But I felt like that was a part of me just regaining, you know,
getting control
of, because I think for the longest time, especially as I grew older, I felt like I didn't have any autonomy over my body. So I didn't treat it like it was a temple.
Right.
I did not. I was free with my body, and I thought it was cute, like, to be able to, to be free and to be promiscuous, and it wasn't. You know, so I think the penalty for them should be way harsher.
I think so.
Shared a story that I can't think of the guy's name, but he was a child abuser, like a serious child abuser. He had gone to jail several times, and he was in prison. He was up for parole, and he told them, "Don't let me out. Please don't let me out." And they still like, "Oh no, you served your time. We can't keep you in here." And because he just told them, "I'm gonna do it again."
Right.
You know, I'm gonna go out here and do this again. And what did he do? He finally ended up taking a child's life. I think a few children.
PW says, you have women offenders with their body parts. It's complicated to punish them that way. PW is talking about, like castrating, and that
They
is
do it in
true.
Africa.
Well, they're trying to ban that too, though.
Yeah, they are, but you know what I mean?
It can be done, and it does, as my understanding, suppress the sex drive. So it can be done, but I don't think people still, because even me, I mean, I know that there are women offenders out there, just like there are men. But what is surprising me is the number of predators we're finding in our schools today.
Right.
Being teacher, you remember the one woman was pretending to be a 14-year-old student just so she can mess with the
That's
young
sick.
boys. You had another teacher who was messing with students at school. There was another one that she was messing with had like a 2-year relationship with this girl. And she used the parents thought she was a good, person, thought she was really supportive of their daughter. Yes. Had this woman would come over for dinner and things like that. And this one was actually messing with this girl in their house, as well as, going on outings and doing these things to her. And I don't know if it's because we didn't hear about it as often back in the day or what, but it just seems to be more and more and more of these women popping up. And I'm going to tell you something now in school. And see, this is what happens when, you grow up the right way. Here I was in high school. We used to talk about our gym teacher. We used to say, oh, she's the derogatory word that you call lesbians and stuff like that. And we were joking simply because when we took our showers, she stood there. And when we came out the shower, we literally had to open our towels so she could see that we were wet.
What?
And yes. And so we talked and we joked. And, I got good and grown, like in my 30s, when I realized that was wrong. This woman she's a sexual predator. But the black lady, sometimes we had a black one, female gym teacher, and a white one. The black lady, when gym was over, she would sit in that office, prop her feet up on the desk, have a paper. She's reading the paper. She is talking on the phone to her husband, and all you had to do was make sure you call your number out loud so she can mark you off that you took a shower, because we got graded on that too. But Miss Hall, no, she literally stood there right outside the shower, and you had to open the towel, and she needed to see that your body was wet.
That's disgusting. Wow.
And it took me to grow up to realize hey, that was wrong. And I don't think I thought of it because she was a woman. I mean, we just used to call her names and said she was gay.
And plus, she's a teacher. So we were taught to trust them.
Right. Right.
Now you guys realize that maybe Native, you can chime in on this. I don't know if this was a part of a thing when you were in school or even participated in sports. But I was always curious as to why men had communal showers. Because as women, we did not have communal showers. And I always found that weird. I'm like, why are these men having communal showers? And another reason too, regarding the women predators, is because it's a societal problem. You know how many women get or young boys get high fives in a comment section for having slept with their teachers versus girls. That is something that's a societal thing. That's why I pointed out the whole thing about these young boys being victimized at a young age, because we had one locally, and she was a wife of one of our ex pro football players in my city. And she had did that, and his family was talking about, we act like boys would be like, oh, high-fiving each other, he's just fine. He was actually, he had to get therapy behind that. And it was intensive therapy. He was affected by that. He was not all right because he slept with, this older woman. But, that's a societal thing. We think, oh, well, not we, but, a lot of men
we
think,
understood.
Yeah. They think like, oh, wow, you got an older woman, blah, blah, blah. They glamorize that in movies and stuff.
But
so you
remember,
got young boys that won't tell because they're not going to get the support. And then guess what? It manifests itself. It internalizes itself.
But Native talked about that a couple of on Thursday when he was gospeling.
Oh, okay.
and he talked about an older woman. Remember that, Native? The older woman that was, I always tell people, don't say nothing that you don't want me to remember. And he was just doing story time.
I remember it though.
And he was telling us about the older woman and how the woman was kind of looking at him like it was something wrong with him. But don't you, Native, as a man, you could tell us this. You have friends where they've talked about the young woman. And remember, that was one of our Kel's issues as well, on top of everything, was the young, that happening to him.
Yeah. So let me just throw some context behind that story. I was fully grown.
Yeah, you were grown.
She was just growner. But
I was putting sauce on it, okay?
Okay. Gotcha. But no, it does happen that way. I think like it's so deep because it starts with the way that we think about what our masculinity is supposed to look like, right? So if you have a dad that teaches his son that he's supposed to conquer, his whole thing is to conquer.
Okay.
So it's not good enough for you to be 13 and be going on dates. No, you got to be 13 and you have to actually be having intercourse with these people, right? Like that's what makes you a man. Okay, and if you're not that, then you're not a man. This is what we're programmed to think about ourselves and our bodies. So when you have a situation where there is an older woman and she is preying and grooming a young boy, that young boy is seen as being more masculine because look at what you're doing. You're out conquering your peers because see, they just messing with the girls as they're
right.
You messing with somebody that's on another level, that's older than you. So therefore, kudos to you. And that comes from that masculine, that toxic masculinity. And I think that when we talk about, or when the conversation comes up about toxic masculinity, and people are like, "Oh, nobody wants a man to be a man," or like Nesto say, "Men's ain't men's no more." That's not what that is. The toxicity comes from these ideas that we plant in young boys' heads about what it takes for them to be a man. And so those things, because and it's not just isolated to the way that we think, but a lot of women think that way. So back to the example of the story that I gave, this woman is under the belief that because I'm not, I'm responding to her the way she thinks I should, then that is a minus to my manhood.
Right.
And so therefore I must be in a manhood deficit because I don't want to sleep with her.
Right. But do you know what? But that's a woman that has been taught that she's been taught differently. She's been taught that that part of her body is, you know what I'm saying? And so that's what shows that versus what you were taught.
Right. And I think that like we and again, I go back to what I said before. We have to be careful with what we present to our children. We have to be mindful of what we present to young girls, young boys. We have to be mindful of who's presenting what to our kids, because these ideas can come. Kids are impressionable from a lot of different places, and these ideas can come from a lot of different sources. So we have to be really careful as to who's teaching our children what.
That's true. Even older friends, people, because sometimes we do think even family members, there's certain family members that our kids don't need to be around, or nieces, nephews. So we have to look, even not just thinking, oh, just because they're family, it's okay for them to be. We have to look at those signs too.
And think about it like this too. Think about how much we've accepted misogyny. Think about how much we've accepted these things. Go back and watch some of these movies from even as recently as the last, the 2000s or whatever. Look at Soul Food. People love Soul Food. But what did Soul Food have in it? It had the crusty old man that kissed and hugged and grow. But we thought that was funny. That was in there. So we've accepted it to the point to where we don't even see the toxicity in front of us on a big screen in a movie where this man is inappropriately groping and touching. We just think that's just a comedic character.
Right. But you know what? I think we, as a culture, I think we used to have, you all have you all seen the movie? We were just talking about the movie on your channel, Cooley High. Okay, in that movie, there was a time where when us women of color carried ourselves a certain way. A lot of us were taught to carry ourselves. Don't be touching. You go to a dance. Don't be putting your hand. I've walked off the floor with a lot of, you put your hand a certain place, I'm off that floor. You know what I'm saying? So that was a time where women were taught, and you saw that in that movie. Women were taught to carry themselves a certain way. And then we became a culture where now anything kind of goes. Where we're like, oh, well, that's good that,
It's sad though. I know what you're trying to say. You kind of went out succeeding, but it's funny because I grew up. I'm a child. I was born in the 70s. So when little Kim hit the scene in the 90s, I owned my femininity. I owned my body. I felt like I could do whatever I want. And to me, her message to me was one of empowerment at that young age. It was vulgar, but she kind of owned it. She owned the men. She was like, I'm doing all of this, but I'm doing all this because I want to. And I'm gonna walk away and I'm gonna still be, the queen. Whereas, it's kind of morphed today. And I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to compare because we can always do that. And but I'm older, but what I'm seeing today with like the sexy reds and the Cardi B's and all that, you don't have any ownership in that. You're doing all that for the attention. To me, little Kim was doing that because she was saying, you know what, I'm a bad bee. Mess with me and see what you get. I'm gonna flip you. You think you flipping me. And it's like and I think that's what the struggle we as women we have. And my sister is 9. My older sister was 9 years older than me, so she was more of a generation who did she wasn't of that, but she understood. But my point is that she was still kind of on the cusp of being in that boomer generation where she deferred to her man. And I saw that as a young lady. I saw her have no agency over herself as a woman, even more so than my mother. And that's because my father was so good. My sister unfortunately married, not a good man. But so for me, my independence, it spoke to that. And that's a delicate balance. And I think the biggest part, I go back to education. I hate to fall back on that, but just the basic education. And also too, I just was taught to respect my elders and listen to their words of wisdom, because my mother will tell you in a minute, oh, I was out there, but it's always that but in the lesson. Now we can't even give the lesson succeed, and we can't. And because if we try to give our wisdom, then we're called haters. We're called we're just jealous. And I don't understand where that came from, because I don't have that in my family. Because whether they want to hear it or not, they're gonna hear it from auntie. They're gonna hear it. But that's where I think that our biggest problem. That's why I worry, kind of. But I'm kind of to the point now. Like I said, I'm not taking on the world's burden. I'm going to deal with the people I can touch. I can touch.
But touching what you said about Lil Kim, that's what people thought of her. But then we got social media, and people saw she was really doing that because she was competing with Faith, with a married man.
That's true.
Yeah, PW bought put something interesting in the chat. It's about how when it comes to family members, we don't teach the children about boundaries.
I told my daughter,
the adults,
I did. I told my daughter, even if it's your uncle, you tell me.
Yeah.
But we also I grew up in a generation where it was, go and give them a hug, go and give them a kiss, go and we didn't enforce those. We pushed our children onto people, and we didn't think anything about it. And I think all of that plays into it too. We can have boundaries, and say, like, don't let the strangers do this thing. But when Auntie Carol come around, go and give her a hug, go and get. It was so many hugs I ain't feel like giving people when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I had to, because it was the polite thing to do.
Correct.
And so we have to like really make our kids understand that this is your body. And if you don't feel like giving that lady a hug, don't give that lady a hug.
That's true.
One of Eddie Murphy's funniest skits, I don't know if it was from Raw or Delirious. He talked about Aunt Bunny.
I think it was Raw.
Aunt Bunny. And it was so hilarious, but it's basically what Native was saying. He was trying to convey that back in the early 80s.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't do
That's
that
true.
to kids. Like, I mean, I've been put in so many uncomfortable situations as a child. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't like this lady. I don't like the way she smell. I don't like old lady.
Right. You don't like no mothballs.
You know what I'm saying?
Or
And
she kissed you on the lips. Why is she kissing you on the lips?
Right. And I'm like, I don't want to. You know what I'm saying? But you're in that position where you know you got to be it, or else that's rude or disrespectful. So I think that we shouldn't put our children in those positions.
No, not at all.
You know what used to make me so uncomfortable was when Will Smith used to kiss a teenage Jaden Smith on the lips.
Oh, that's weird.
That just, I don't know. That just did something to me. It makes me believe everything that they say about you and your wife when I see stuff like that.
Yeah, they are. They different people.
They not like
us. I figure because they're my generation. I'm like, what house did you grow up in? Like, really? And maybe it was the bubble or the Midwest in me, but I'm like, what are you talking about? Free range kids? What the heck are you talking about?
Well, you know what? When I heard she had a psychiatrist for her dog, I knew it was something wrong. I'm just going to tell y'all. Have you all ever read a book? I can't say the name of it, but it's called In Search of Good Blank.
No.
I'm gonna need you to expound on that blank. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What is the blank?
It starts with a P and it ends with a Y.
Okay.
And with this, but that's not what it's about. It talks about what Native brought up, where our view, starting from slavery, even.
I believe it. See, I got to start reading again. I'm going to look that up and probably bookmark it.
Somebody asked if I was going to be at the Nesto trial. The answer to that is yes. I'm going to be there, and I'm going to have on some hilarious T-shirts. So come join.
Okay. Are you going to be sitting next to the lead attorney? We'll see y'all.
Oh Lord!
I'm going to be sitting next to Sonya.
We need to have a potluck. I need some of her bread pudding.
Let me find out that Native gonna be there with his own line of Nesto T-shirts.
I'm gonna have y'all come on down. I'm gonna get y'all a Dat Part shirt. I'm gonna
in the parking lot.
Dat Part.
People been sleeping. I ain't been sleeping. I already have figured it out. So nobody better come to me talking about, oh, you stole that idea. No, y'all have months to come up with T-shirts.
It's gonna say Dat Part on the front.
So we sell them outside.
But
strange wife.
But look, if my point was that if y'all do come down, there is an amazing bookstore that I discovered in Stone Mountain. It's called Community Books, and I discovered it by accident. I was walking through, and I was actually taking pictures that day. But I was walking through, and I saw it, and I saw the black books. Like I saw the Michelle Alexander, Slavery by Another Name. I saw some Baldwin. And I walked in, and there was this really tall, redheaded white guy in there. And I was like, wait, what? What did I miss? This guy was so educated on every book in there. And it is an extremely black bookstore with an extremely white guy. It was, but we had the best conversation. I mean, we talked about Mumia, we talked about Baldwin, we talked about, and they've got some amazing, like some of the oldest, like they got a book from like 1800s in there.
Are you talking about Mumia from Philly?
Mumia Abu-Jamal, yeah.
There's a book.
Actually, Mumia's wrote a couple books, and he has one of the original books. Like, this bookstore is so incredible. They've got first editions of books from like the 1800s. This place is incredible. And like I said, the guy who runs it, his name is Andrew. He's even got a white name. His name is Andrew, and tall, redhead white guy. If you all come down, I would absolutely Google community bookstore in Stone Mountain. This book is small. It's not a big place. It's a really small shop, but they have Pan-African books. They have not just American authors, but like African authors. It'll blow your mind as far as the things that they have in there. and stood there and had a 2-hour conversation with him the first time I went in, and stood there and had an hour because we talked about Wayne Williams a little bit as well. So we talked about a lot of different things that were happening both in Atlanta and outside of Atlanta. But I say all that to say that as far as the books that we should read or are reading, or there's just a lot of good stuff out there that you're not going to find in your Barnes and Nobles and in your Books A Million or whatever you have in your area. Sometimes it's these smaller shops that have like these incredible selections of books and subject matter that matters to us,
Right.
I
Yeah,
know
I
that
get
that's
back into
what
reading.
I
Mhm.
have not, y'all. I have not forgotten about the book club. I just have not posted. I haven't. I just didn't. I just have not done the post. It's done, but it's not posted because I have a few things that I want to add to it or get some opinion from a male point of view. I'll just say that
Okay.
before
That's
I go
that's
ahead and
good.
post it up.
No, that
And
would be good.
reading used to be it was an escapism for me, and I'm sad that I even got away from it. That's why I really need to hit up the bookstore. Not, I did, because what happened is I went to digital, the ebooks, then I went to
Right.
audiobooks, and then I kind of just fell off. I'm ready to hold a book in my hand, and I remember just staying up at night, getting that awkward pose that you got to do to read at night, and I remember purchasing a nightlight back in the 90s just so I could read. So I really want to get back to that whole experience.
Right.
I remember, I that's me, and it still is me. I do like filling those pages. Now I do have several Kindles, but I still like the feel of the
I
pages.
do both also myself.
I just love that feel.
Yep.
Go ahead, Nate, if I had cut you off.
No, I was just going to say that that the night lights for the books have come a long way. I just purchased one like a couple weeks ago,
Right.
and they are USB charged now.
Okay.
So yeah, they've come a long way, and I've got one that is great that I love. Like, you just charge it up, it lasts forever on one charge, and yeah, you don't have to worry about them little silly little button batteries no more.
That's
So
awesome.
yeah,
That's what I was.
It's so bad the Audible just sent me yesterday a little reminder, because I discontinued my Audible because I stopped listening to audiobooks, but I had like 9 credits left on there.
Right.
Because I stopped listening. They sent me a reminder like, you got credits, girl.
Why did you
So
stop listening?
You know what? I got into other stuff, my job and just life, but I don't know how that happened. It's like, you love stories, you love books, and you love that escapism. And really looking at maybe the last 5 years of my life, I'm like, you know what? You need to find time for that, because obviously it was an escape for you and it did something for me.
Yeah.
So I need to get back to it.
Well,
yeah,
you know
Audible
what?
is good. Somebody posted about Audible for trips and stuff. Like, if you're just driving around town, like if you're just
It's
running
good.
errands, yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I've
And also,
heard.
too, check out your local library, because some of them are
Right.
hooked in with Hoopla Digital, and they have the
They
same
are.
thing in first release. When I was trying to
They
explain that
sure
to
do.
somebody, they will have, if it's released tomorrow, they would have it too. So look
Yes.
into your library and see if they have Hoopla Digital.
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny you mentioned that, because I've actually used that before.
Yep.
But currently I am on my Audible. I am listening to the George Floyd book. I am George
Okay.
Floyd, and it is amazing. It is amazing. So yeah, I utilize both. If you all could only see the books I'm surrounded by right now, like I am surrounded by hundreds of books at this moment. I just
Yeah.
just being in the presence of books
Right.
is
I love books.
Let me tell y'all, I used to, and I don't know why I'm even saying used to, but especially when I had my queen and king size bed, I would sleep on one side and the other side would be full of books.
I know that.
I have books on the other side of my bed. Y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all, I would take a book. I take a book everywhere. I always have a book with me. But I would take a book, you all, on a date. I'm serious. And this is why. Not that I'm gonna have to pull it out, but you never know. If you get mad at somebody, what do you do?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna have me a good time. I'm gonna pull that book out, and I'm gonna still have me a great day.
Hey, a book can be a weapon too. Shoot.
Wait a minute. Do y'all see this link I have up there, y'all?
See it now.
You too may become a member at
Wait a
Legacy
minute.
Moon True Crime
Okay.
and Mysteries. She got members now.
Oh,
Okay. She
there you go.
got
That's what we
members.
need.
She ready. She ready.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
It is.
But you know
I
what?
ain't mad at it.
You know, imagine a book club can be a big deal. So I understand, what's
It
going
is
on
a big
because
deal.
for us, for people who are true readers too, we
Right.
ain't got no chill. I'm
Right.
ready. Let's talk about it. Did you? I don't know. I may have missed it. Have you discussed what books or what book you will be,
She's
looking to read?
Well, what had happened was when Native and I were after
uh,
dark before, we got
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
on that. Yeah, well, we named some stuff there, and then I came up with books, but I just don't want books. I just want an opinion other than mine, and Native can help me out with that. So
Native is deep.
Yeah,
Am I though? Am
It won't be no relaxing reading. Because you know what? Like during the pandemic, when people were watching TV, I actually was reading like 3 different books. So I would read something spiritual, something historical, and I read the book by Emmett Till's mother.
You mean to tell me I done set up here on this YouTube and found somebody like me? First you got books in your bed. Now you read more than one book at a time. I thought that was just me.
And I would get through them.
I would too. Me too.
My mother was reading a book. I got to look it up. Google is really good at this. I could just put in maybe with an idea of a book, but it was about this woman who found out that her dad. I think she found out when he died. I think he passed away like in the 70s, but she found out that he was actually passing. And she wrote a book about it. And her thing was, that she felt, and you would think that, you'll be kind of, I think it was still sympathetic, but her point of view was that he robbed her of her heritage, which I found very interesting because for all she knew, she was a white woman. And usually privileged, they don't want to give that up. But she was actually like mad. Like, wait a minute. So you stole my whole heritage. And then that opened up the whole discussion. I was somewhere else and talking about how some people did it for necessity. So I thought I got to find that book. I really want to read it, and I'll ask my mom if she even still has it because she don't throw nothing away. It's probably somewhere in her upstairs, dusty. But those are the kind of books that I used to like to read anything that was kind of like romance or even historical in the sense of like true crime or something like that. But now I'm interested more in those kind of stories.
Yeah, I like that type too. And when you look at the statistics of the number of people that were involved in passing, they shock you.
Right. And he said his sisters, they had melanin. He didn't. And we know how that is in the black family. My mother, like I said, she's the second oldest of 17. And they run the range. And they got the same parents.
Right. Well, you remember the one woman, she's white, and she found out that her family was black because her mom.
You talking about Sonya?
Oh, yeah. And the funny thing about Sonya is Sonya does a bit more look like she has more than 10% in her. That's what's so crazy about her. It's like, remember when you read the book Bluest Eyes? It's like Sonya looks at herself and she sees the bluest eyes.
My hair is finer and longer than Sonya's, and I am dark skinned. There is no way around it. When you see me, you see all. Like I tell people, I mix with black and blacker. You can see it, but guess what? My hair is down, past the middle of my back. And so, but if you go back and the DNA has been done, you go back 3 generations to my great grandmother, she was biracial.
Oh, Sonya had down her butt.
Look,
I'm cutting my hair because it's just so long.
Look,
where?
My beard hair is longer and finer than Sonya's hair, so there's that too. So
I have never, and I come like on my mom's side of the family. There's some light and brights and darn near whites on there, but I have never set up and say, unless it happens to be the topic of conversation, I don't sit up and say, "Oh, well, my grandmother's mother was Jewish," or and found out a couple couple years ago, this is what tripped me out. About 4 years ago, my sister got a phone call from somebody, and they said that, you know, they were Irish. They found us on Ancestry.
But that's very common, though, says Louis Gates. That's what Louis Gates, he's
so
Irish.
here we go. My sister gave me the link, and I go on ancestry.com. And I said, these white folks, I was like, he know you're black, right? She said, yeah. So I said, well, let me figure out how we are related to these people. Then I looked up, and I went all the way back, and I got the plantation. And that is I guess, you know, one of my descendants. I said, I think he looked like a little Chester molester type of guy. But I do not sit up and say, oh, I got white. And you know, people, when I used to go to school, people would ask me, are you mixed? You got Indian in you? Because my hair is real long. I have freckles. I have more now than what I did when I was younger, but that's the first thing out their mouth is you Indian, you just no, I'm black. My daddy's dark skin and my mother's light skin, and that's what I am. I never thought to claim any other type of heritage, because here's the thing: when you see me, who do you see? A black woman.
A black woman.
Very much so. Like when you see Kim Kardashian's kids, when they get pulled, when Saint starts driving and he gets stopped by the cops, they are not going to want to hear no, I'm a West Kardashian. They're going to see a black boy. So that's why when you have these biracial children, you can't be, oh, well, they don't, you know, what was the guy that played in Stella, who's got her groove back, Tay Diggs, you know, he was talking about, well, his child shouldn't have to choose what race. Well, guess what?
Society's gonna choose for him.
Guess what? When he's driving down the street in that car you're gonna buy for him, when he gets his license, they gonna tell him what race he is,
right?
Because he is not a passable child at all. So y'all can you play them games if you want to. I wish I would come out my mouth and tell somebody, oh, I'm half Irish and half Jewish and half no.
You know, because I deal with that in my family. It's not bad, but you know, I just tell, like, it's my nephew in particular. But I just say, you know what, they just got to live and learn. Can't tell them nothing, and you know, I like to keep the peace, and they ain't none of my business. But when they call me because, you know, somebody came home from school because somebody called them the N-word, I'm gonna tell them, because Auntie always keep it real. Now, did you want me to tell you the truth, or you want me to sugarcoat it for you? Because I could have told you this years ago, but I know you wasn't ready to hear it. You know, we ain't post-racial. We come on now, we're not. That's a fantasy that millennials and Gen Z done made up. Because when they ready to snap you back, they'll snap you back. I had to tell a coworker, he's from Serbia, and he has that natural olive, that Mediterranean looking skin, and his last name is not Anglo. But he jumping all on that wagon. I said, you know what? They're gonna get rid of us. I said, you know what? I can't teach you. I can show you better than I can tell you. But you know, I probably won't be here to tell you. But your sons one day, when they're gonna go over to, you know, Becky's house, their parents gonna slam the door in his face because it's his last name. But you go on thinking that you good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But I don't think it's anything wrong, though, Legacy, if you did claim those other cultures, because going back to what you said and going back to what Native talked about, with something he said with the cultures, it's not knowing our.
Y'all, we gonna get succeed into another thing.
You know what? And my phone is gonna die, and I'm gonna drop, and I'm gonna go to bed too. But we don't embrace the other cultures that we have.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We don't.
If you got your blood tested and it said that you were those various cultures, you can't take that away.
No. You know, it's funny, when my aunt passed away, my niece, she was probably about 10 or 11. She came in the house and she called me into the kitchen, and I said, well, she said, oh, is that white lady? I said, what white lady? And I'm looking around for a white lady. She said, the old white lady sitting in the chair. I said, that's Mom's aunt, and believe it or not, she's black. She had blue eyes. I mean, if you saw her, you would think that it was a white woman, but I mean, I knew it wasn't a white woman, so I guess that's why it didn't faze me none. But to her, she was just, her eyes almost popped out her head when I said, no, she's black. She said, what? Yes, she's black.
And if a lot of us, like for instance, on my dad's side, that's how they do look as well. You know what I mean? So if some of us may have to look, some people may have to look further, but like the comment, oh, I just saw someone said, descendants from slaves.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to be different cultures.
Yeah.
That's why you're finding blacks that are finding out that they have Irish in them.
Mm-hmm.
Like
You know,
Mr.
it's weird to
Gates.
me that people are finding that as a new experience. And I went to a very progressive high school. So in the 80s, I feel like, you know, I don't want to brag, but I do. It's like the #1 high school in the state of Ohio. But but it's like
Did
it's
Sheree go there too? You know she did.
they would have
She did not go
she would
there.
have got wore out. She would have got wore out in my school. But it's like I had a really good teacher, Miss Walker, you know, R.I.P. God rest her soul. She was so great. This is before the government put, you know, guidelines on what you could teach. And she made a point, like, I'll never forget my 11th grade year watching Eyes on a Prize. And we watched that whole series. We were a
I
racially
love
diverse school. We were a racially diverse school. We had to watch every part of it. So there was a lot of white kids, and we had a couple of people from Asia, well, Indian, Asian, in our classroom in Asia. They had to watch that, and that stuck with me. And you know, now they will have to get permission slips, and of course, now with our new, you know, some states you can't even teach that. But it's like, you know, and I thought about doing it. This is in the early days of YouTube, about just doing like a history channel, you know, so our kids could get that education. And it's just, you know, like you just said, succeeding. It's nothing. I have a really good friend from high school. I love her to death. And I'll never forget, she was working at a men's clothing store. It's called Webster's back in the 80s. We was in high school. And she is lighter complexion. She has sandy brown hair, and it's like long down to her waist. And this couple came in to her, and they said to her, it was in wintertime. They were like, how do you manage to keep yourself tanned all year round? She was like, well, maybe it has to do with the fact that both my parents are black. And she said, and her parents were the lightest of the light. But you want to talk about black power? You couldn't go into that house without knowing, you know, your history. They did not even take that as a privilege. You know, you know, she said her mom used to tell her all the time, you know, your skin color is a result of the master not able to stay out of the slave house. You know, like, so, you know, I always felt that like, even my cousin, one of my cousins, she is really like, and you let her tell she ain't. And that's why I love the diversity in our culture. And you're right, we should be able to embrace every bit of our culture. I just wish they would embrace us
Unapologetically, we should.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and another thing that, remember, he said, Lewis Gates also said, was we have this thing that we repeat. Like my grandmother did look to me like she had Indian in her. And he talked about the history and how those cultures did not mix and they weren't in a place where they could.
Right.
And how it sounds.
She's going to say something profound. Yeah, the Indian is usually turn out to be white, to be quite honest. A lot of people think they got Indian in them, and then they like, you ain't got no Indian in you, but you got some Irish.
Yeah, Irish and black and white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, there's a book, and then we're going to wrap up. There's a book called, I read this back in I guess maybe the 90s. It was called The Blacker the Berry. And what had happened was, it was a family, and they found out, the white people found out that they were actually black. And how it happened was that you had the father who could pass, and the mother was very dark skinned. So what he did was, he said, you know, he was going up north to look for work, and then he would send for, you know, her and the rest of the kids. And he took a few kids with him. But what the kids that he took with him were the lighter skinned kids. So when he went north, he started passing, him and the kids that he had started passing. So they did not know that they were black until all these decades later, when, you know, I guess family histories were traced, and that's how they found out that they were actually black.
I wrote that book down. That sounds good.
I'm ready to look it up.
Yeah, the blacker the berry.
Yeah, but that was really what happened. I mean, that was really history. Is so many people. I could not believe when I looked up the statistics of the number of people that actually were passing.
Yeah, you know, we had a college. He was the dean of the college in my city, and he said that when he was a little boy, when he was in the South, he was coded as white, but when he came up north, he all of a sudden his birth certificate was changed to black. And he was like, "Whoa!" Like, yeah, because it was survival, and I get that for some people it was survival. So I don't really even, yeah, if you look at the complexity of that, because a lot of people just naturally assume that was a bad thing. And I had to actually change my thought a little bit about that. Like if I could, I'm like, what choice would I have made back in the 20s if I knew that they couldn't tell and I could provide a better life for my family if I just went along with with that.
Well, that means giving up your family because that's what they did.
That is true. That's what I'm saying. The sacrifice, and they were saying it like, well, maybe there was a reason why. Maybe he was more, prosperous, and he could, take care of his family better, and he had a choice. So, what choice would you have made? I don't know. I mean, really, honestly, today I love, being who I am, but I don't know with Jim Crow and well, back then it was what Reconstruction and all that stuff, and I don't know.
We have I think it's called Fortress Acres, says, I've experienced every emotion that exists throughout this life. Thank you all. Blessings and good night. Oh, that is so sweet.
Good night. Oh.
I still can't believe that Native is awake.
Why? Why can't you believe I'm awake?
You got to work on that Nesto movie trailer. I'm waiting on it.
I'm working on all kind of stuff. I got all kinds of stuff.
We put you to work. Look, you know what we will do? We will put a black man to work.
Native, he's working, I bet, already.
I'm good with it. Look, I got Steve Harvey on the plate. I got some other stuff on the plate. Shirley still coming on. I got all that.
It's content for days.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's just, like I said, I'm a one-man crew, so it takes me a minute to get everything put together, but it's coming. I'm working. But I just want to say on top of what the discussion, like, it's cool to embrace if you have other cultures in you, but in the case of Asanya, who is just so eagerly wanting everyone to be white and to know she's a white woman, like I'm like,
that's crazy.
You don't have to like put down being black. You know what I'm saying? Like that part you don't have to do. You can embrace it. Like if she do have white in her family, which she don't, but if she did, it's fine if you want to, but to elevate that as something as like that's the prize, like that's the crowning achievement is that you have white in you. That's where I have a problem.
Yeah,
let me tell you, gender specific. It's gender specific. I don't know if you guys picked up on that. You're offered a black man, but you can't stand a black woman.
Oh no, she can't stand.
Oh no,
but you know why?
Oh man,
in her family, somebody on YouTube did her tree,
right,
and went back. There is a white person.
But it's far back. That's far back.
But it's a couple of grades down.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even close enough. Like me, if I wanted to say, well, I'm this, I'm that, I could, because I can point to people who I've actually met in real life that I can say, yeah, my grandmother this or whatever. No, they are so far down the line that she shouldn't even, any drop of white that she had in her was gone.
It sounds crazy. Her saying it just sounds ridiculous with us looking at her.
It does. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at the gray of your hair. I'm looking at you with your edges gone.
Right.
I see that you are not a white woman in any form.
I don't know. A lady says she's bald and a little white, fellas.
just a zesty little dude. Yeah, that's all she is.
I just glad colorism was not a thing in my family, especially my immediate family. I have a sister, my middle sister, and it's just us two left. My brother and older sister are gone. But my sister has vitiligo. And she's a caramel complexion, so she's lighter than me. But my parents never like did that favor. And when I started hearing stories about that, like immediate, like between sisters, I heard it a lot with sisters being, favored because they were the lighter sister versus the darker sister. I thank God. That's why I said I love my childhood. People say you don't want to go back. No, I don't want to go back to my 20s. I just want the body. But if I can go back to my childhood, like 9, 10, like 8, 9. I would in a heartbeat. I had a wonderful life. I had balance. I had true balance, and I had a dad, and my mother was open minded. My father was a thinker. I really enjoy, I really am appreciative, even of the person. People ask me all the time, "You don't have any kids? Do you regret them?" I'm like, no, I got tons of nieces and nephews, even great nieces and nephews. I said I got enough love
That's
in my
such a
life.
rude question to ask
Oh,
someone to
people do
me.
it all the time. Look, they do.
That's rude.
Or why don't you have any kids?
That's so
I
rude.
get that.
Yeah.
You ain't had no kids yet? No, I don't have any kids yet. That's why I'm down here as your social worker and you're here as my client, because you have kids and I don't. That's why.
But to say that to someone, it's just rude. I know someone told me he has a twin brother. He lives in Florida, and he said he saw someone that they had not seen, and the woman said to him, "You all still alive? I thought you all were dead." I said, "You should have told her. I thought you were too."
Right, but he's a walking dead. We zombies. I would have bit her. Look, I would have bit her.
On to tell him, I didn't think twins lived that long. And I said, you should have told her, and I would have thought you would have picked up a book by now.
What? Where'd she come from? Twins live as long. Has she ever heard of the Delaney sisters? Has she heard of
I watched that play. It was great. That was the first play I ever saw. Oh my God, that was so great.
Yes.
I mean, so twins, they live a long, long time. It don't matter.
Right.
I love the internet because it connects me with people who actually get my nerd brain. I'm like, you said the Delaney sisters. I'm like, wow. I went to the Playhouse in the Park, and they did a play. It was just two women, and it was the Delaney sisters. Oh my God, that was so great.
I saw that at what do you call it? Those places where you have dinner and a play. I saw that there. But let me tell you a movie now, and if I find it, I'm gonna use it for my members to do a watch party. It's called The Old Settler. And it has Debbie Allen in it and Felicia Rashad. They're playing sisters in the movie. And I love that movie. And everybody who I would tell about and give them the video, I didn't tell them everything about it. I would just, mention it. And they say, oh, I'd like to see it. And I show it to them. I give it to them. And then they come back at me with, why didn't you tell me I was going to be sitting up there crying? And it reminds me of the Delaney sisters, except for the relationship that they had was kind of a little bit, in the movie was kind of a little at each other's throats. But I absolutely love that movie. And it was so underrated. And when I mention it, no one's ever heard of it before, but it was a good movie where, how old was Felicia Rashad in the movie? I guess she was supposed to be in her 40s or early 50s. And the young man that fell in love with her, this is one of Native situations where, he was like in his 20s. It was a good movie. I think I thought of that because didn't one of them play one of the Delaney sisters in the movie? Didn't Debbie Allen play? Because they made that into a movie too. They turned the play of the Delaney sisters into a movie. I think that's why I thought about that. I think, but it's a good movie.
I just looked it up. So if you have a movie, I'm going to hold off on watching it because I want to watch it for the first time. If you do the whole, the movie time.
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely going to be something that I will be doing watch parties because there's a lot of documentaries I want to talk about that I can't. I just want you to be able to see it. Succeeding 2 says good night. You have to see them. I mean, we could have a discussion, but I would like for Jay Vickers starting trouble. Now she's trying to cause trouble between me and Native.
What I do?
Jay Vickers, she said I called you out. You know.
See, I didn't see it that way. Maybe if I watch it again or listen to this again, I might. But I didn't see it that way.
You know what, Nato? Let me give you your flowers, okay? We don't give men flowers enough. A lot of men run from us women folk. They would like to go over to the manosphere and talk ish and be ignorant. And I get the balance that you I don't think you play in any kind of game or anything, because we are of the kind of the same generation, and that's what I miss. It's like these older men forget that, wait a minute, this is not the way it was. Come on now, give us sisters some credit here. But I just appreciate your voice, amongst us ladies. You ain't afraid to walk in the room, and that's what it basically is. Some of these men are cowards. They don't think they measure up, and if they just sit and talk with us a spell, we ain't here to spoon feed you no more. Now that's over. But if you stand up and be a man, we will respect that. I don't have a problem with that. So I just want to give you your flowers.
I appreciate that. I think for me, the way that I look at it is that it's a very simple motto, and it's anything that you love, you take care of. So if I love Black women, which I do, then I'm going to take care of them, and that means more than just in a monetary way. That means that I will speak on behalf of and protect and and show my willingness to use my gifts and my crafts to express that. So that's I lead with that first.
Native Succeeding to would like to make a request. She says, Native, thanks for answering the difficult questions, but next time, can we pre-submit our questions?
Sure. Why not? I'm game. Why not? Sure. I have no problem with that. Southside Chi-Town, I love you back.
Well, this has been another, actually, yeah, we can do some final thoughts. Bank, you go first. Because Native,
Okay.
I want you, you go after, Native will go after you, but then Native, don't stay on the live when you just stay there.
Yesterday was an interesting day for me. I had to take my mother to get her cataracts taken care of. They're only doing one eye at a time, so up at the crack of dawn and going back and talking her through her eye drops. And it's so funny when you start to become, you have to parent your parents and lecture them. And so it was a taxing day for me. I slept. That's why I slept through the whole Shirley thing. But one thing I do love about like you, Legacy Moon, and Native, you two and all the other people I've met through actually as a quote unquote content creator. It's been awesome. And this conversation, every time I leave your chat, Legacy, and also Lady T, but I'm like, I'm going live. But right now my audience wants these transcripts. So I'm trying to get those out. But the connections that you can make over the internet, we watch the younger generation, they give too much credit to the internet the wrong way to me. And if it's used responsibly, we are the leader. My sister even started her channel. The over 40 crowd, over 45, 50, we're here. And we got something to say, like Andre 2000 said at the Source Awards. And I just would encourage anybody, if you're in this chat, if you're thinking about it, especially once you get monetized, I ain't gonna lie. Once you get monetized, you're like, okay, so I could do a little bit of something. But I'm gonna challenge myself. Maybe next week in September, I'm trying to come up with a plan to go live. But I think we're creating a nice ecosystem here that we can support each other. We all have talents we bring to the table. Legacy, I love your voice. Native, I love yours too, but I like your editing skills. That is just awesome. I love the way you edit your videos and some of the things that you do. I don't know what my unique talent is. I know I'm an information resource. I'm an info junkie, and if I know how to do something, I don't have a problem sharing that. So this is something that we can build on. And I know we up at the crack of dawn, but I'm a night timer. And like I said, I want to thank you for letting me come up. It's been great. I had a great time. If we could do this at least a couple of Fridays a month, I ain't gonna hold you to doing it more than that. I will be here. So those are my last words.
I'm flexible. It's just, when Native and I do after dark, I have to work around Native. And he's blowing up over there at the tribe. So
I see.
Look,
popular guy.
I just made a video with a Mr. Potato Head. Okay, so so I mean, put it in perspective. Okay,
I'm telling you, your editing skills are on point. I would love for just to get some B-roll and look. I can do the audio, and or Legacy can do the audio. I think the potential for collabs, which I'm not gonna hold anybody to, because I'm the first one to say I want to do something with somebody, but I'm like, well, where's the time? But no, just supporting each other, just by watching the videos, by liking them. One night, Native, I'll be honest with you, that was that 4-hour live you did. I knew the replay. I put it on before I went to bed, and I went to bed. So if you was monetized, every commercial would have played. I sure did hit that play button. But yeah, support our, these content creators out here. They're really talking mess. I mean, not mess. We're talking about something and a little mess. But I just want to say I appreciate you guys.
I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody who takes the time out to come by and watch and just give encouraging words. Even if I'm doing an edited video, I appreciate that, because you don't have to watch, and you don't have to. Now, we get a few yardbirds who want to leave nasty comments, but we're not going to talk about them. But one thing I will say, I will not delete comments. That I don't do. Especially if someone says something that's, I find it to be ignorant, I leave it, because my thing is I want, if that's your opinion, you're entitled to it. I don't have to agree with it. So I don't go around and delete comments out of, when you leave a comment. I also don't, unless you say something that's like totally against the YouTube guidelines in the chat, I don't do that either. Because I do like succeed to freedom of speech. Everybody has a right to say, what they want to say and express themselves however.
Yeah, I agree. And just to add to that, because the other night I wanted to time somebody out. Now here I am thinking I know everything, and I hear them, so you can unhide them. But my thing is when you decide that you want to redirect the chat, I have a problem with that. It's like coming into somebody's house and decide you're just gonna open their refrigerator and tell them what they should cook or something like that.
Let me cut you off right there and tell you handled that last week. I appreciated that. You handled it, and you would have been perfectly within your rights, because now that's something different. That is something totally different.
And as content creators, we got to remember too, engagement pays here on YouTube too. So like you said, sometimes I'll go through my comments, I get a lot of them, and I don't delete either. And actually, I've been very lucky that I haven't had to. But guess what? They're going to be told, and I might pin them. I learned that from a friend. You go sit there and talk trash, and I'm gonna get back with you, and I might pin you so everybody else can comment under it. But yeah, it's engagement, and I'm gonna shut up because that's rare for me to shut up. But because listen, I come from a family. I have a sister that will overtalk me. In order for me, it's like jumping French, like trying to jump into the rope. Like I gotta get in. I gotta get in. I gotta get in. If I don't get in, I'm not gonna get to say anything. But again, like I said, if anybody's in the chat, start it if you want. If you're even thinking about it, start it today. I started my channel over a year ago, and it just took off because I finally found a groove. But you play around with it. If you got something to say, your voice, it does matter. It does count. And I'm going to, I'm going to start another channel, but I'm going on the record. It's going to be either bank statements, I'm not sure, or bank notes. But it's like, I'm going to go on the record and say there were voices out here who had another opinion, because history is going to tell a different story if we don't, be vocal. So Legacy, you especially, all the stuff you do, you do. It may not be appreciated by everybody, but it's going on record.
Mm-hmm.
So can I just vote for bank statement? Can I just vote for that? Can I vote for that to be the thing? Because that is so freaking awesome.
Yeah. I got a
That's
business
my
side
vote,
of me
okay?
too, which is going to probably be bank notes, and let's go talk about more about the money part. But yeah, I'll do that, and I'm going to drop down so I can shut up. So I'm going to say good night to you and Legacy, okay? And I can't wait to hear y'all last words.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's talk about it. Wants to know how you slow the chat down. I have no idea. I just know that it can be done. I don't know if it's a mod with a big stick or a little stick. I don't know which one, but it's something about the type of mod stick you have. And that's who can slow the chat down. Like I said, I probably could too, but I don't know. We doing good for me. Listen, Bank came up here that day and taught me. She was like, look, we gonna work the StreamYard right. We did it right in the middle of the live. And I appreciated that. You know, the fact that she even because I want people to feel welcome here and you know, like they belong. So, and I'm glad that she knew that she could say that to me, and I would let her come on up and show me how to do it. So I appreciated that. And you know, like I said, I don't believe in censorship, but now that last week, Bank, she handled that. Because I saw the comment and I saw Bank. I was like, well, she got that. I'm gonna let her handle it.
Well, my first of all, obsessed with the mess. My emoji is the flame emoji, because all of my logos do have a flame in them. So but look, the writing emoji is fine too. I actually am good with either one, but I think the official one is going to be the flame. So that's the way we're going with that. As far as any last words that I would say, I would just, you know, I love to have the opportunity to tell people that they are enough. I think that we spend so much time trying to be enough that sometimes we just need to stop and realize that we are enough. And so for anybody listening, either live or on a replay, if you're having a bad day and you feel like you don't have it, you are enough. It might not feel like that, you know, where you are right now, but you are enough. And you're beautiful, you're loved, and you're blessed. And that would be my last words for this evening or this morning or whatever we are right now.
Well, my final words is, as I always say, first of all, Native, remember I told you to stay on here. Don't get off yet. You know, I appreciate everyone who came through here, even if it was for a little while or you sat through this whole live. I really appreciate you because you could have been anywhere else doing anything else, but you were right here with me and Native on After Dark, where we did not do any of the things I said we would do, but I also told you that was going to happen as well.
Wasn't my fault. It was not my fault.
Native is always starting something, so we never get. I come up, you know, I don't like to. I like to be prepared, so I make sure I come up with something to do. But you know, we made it. What? How much of that call did we do? 5 minutes.
We got to Sonia's hair. We got to her. We got to that ridiculous part on the side of her head.
And that was at the beginning. Yes, that's absolutely, that is what happened. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the beat and find my little graphics. Let me see. I got some new music on here. This one's called Soul Brother. Let's see what that is. There we go. Oh, here we go. Y'all have yourselves a good night. I appreciate all of you. succeed. She said we going skating. Thank you to all my mods. Make sure you thumbs up this video on your way out. You are clowning my music. Good night, y'all.